Check mic 1 2 3. Check mic 1 2 3. Check mic 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check mic 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. 1 1 2 3. 1.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get into my Zoom account, but
1 2 3.
the internet is so slow.
1 2 3. 1 2 3.
thinking about how to make sure that the regulation itself is living, and finding ways of not just having feedback loops, but integrating learning into the regulation itself through forms of sandboxing and other forms of agile regulation. And I'll hand over to my colleague Pascal to talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, gladly. One way of balancing the trade-off that I mentioned earlier between innovation and, on the other hand, protecting consumers, protecting citizens, are perhaps agile forms of regulation, meaning more evidence-based, more flexible forms of regulation. And one important example of this regulation is, for instance, regulatory sandboxes, which means relaxing certain regulatory standards for a certain period and for certain businesses that are in this so-called sandbox to test innovation. So testing innovation while at the same time still protecting consumers is one of the main goals of a regulatory sandbox. And second goal is also to learn from this kind of regulatory experiment to test out innovations and to see how the market works. But again, I want to also point to some important trade-offs here. I don't want to be a buzzkill, but there are always certain trade-offs involved because of course, you can have this kind of regulation that is more agile, experimental to foster innovation, but it is also much more demanding than the traditional rule-based regulation, which means that you would need more resources, more personnel with know-how, more institutional capacities to actually, carry out these kind of regulatory experiments. And that is something that is perhaps then more needed in low and middle income countries, so that to unleash innovation, but at the same time they have a harder time to actually carry out these projects and this kind of regulation because they may not have the capacities to do that. And there's also more trade-offs to it, because one of the important promises related to this agile regulation is that low and middle income countries can perhaps leapfrog other countries. They can make a huge jump in their economic development and wealth creation and so on with this agile regulation to foster innovation. But there's also the risk, unfortunately not without historic precedent, that then these countries become sort of a test bed, a testing ground, an experimental field for technologies. So you're testing technologies that other countries would not accept in their backyard. And that is certainly something that should also be considered here. And another reason why agile regulation may fail, may not lead to really sustainable or sustained growth in developing countries, is that the idea is that it kind of attracts investment. It signals innovativeness, a readiness to open the market, to foster innovation. That is also something that has been emphasized in many policy documents. But the risk here again is that these investments are only very much in the short term. That there are, so investment is attracted, there's actually capital flowing into a country, value creation takes place, there's economic growth, but the question is, what is growing exactly? Which businesses are growing? Is it domestic industries? Is it local industries? And the risk here is that these investments flow in, but they're only therefore with the idea of achieving short-term gains, a short profit, and then they're pulling out again. So this is kind of the opposite of having sustainable growth. That is also to be considered.
When you talk about the sustainable growth, the key issue here is how to involve also citizens and different views, right? Because in the end, to whom is this regulation catering? And John, I alluded to the fact that you were leading the first global assembly last year. So maybe what's your take on how can we actually bring a participatory approach to digital regulations? How can we bring citizens and different voices in the process?
Yeah, thank you. I think we could all agree that there are really clear normative justifications for involving citizens in these processes. The process of making policy, engaging people in it, produces more legitimacy. We're sort of intrinsically realizing our objectives of development. If we understand development not as a process of having something, but as a process of being able to choose what you have, then of course public participation is critical. But there are also instrumental benefits of public participation, and this is really clear in the digital space. And when I say that, I mean that the regulation is improved, the outcome, the what of regulation is improved when citizens are engaged in the development of that regulation. And this is obvious in the field of digital when, we talk about, I think, just, imagine sort of our friends in regulatory environments ourselves, and then imagine like the folks out there building apps, mobile, technology, exploring blockchain, et cetera. These concepts are things that we talk about in these meetings, but there are other people out there actually building these tools. And how do we develop this regulation without really activating that collective intelligence, that collective wisdom within our citizenry? And so, obviously, this is the why should we do participation. I can imagine that something 11 different tax rates, then to 2 tax rates, you dropped business registration costs by 60%, and you end up with a tax holiday for all small businesses below the sort of minimum level of taxation, as well as sort of bespoke support for labeled startups, such as public procurement support, et cetera. So this is just an example of how citizens, those affected by regulation, can be involved in this particular space. But I also wanted to, in the context of this global internet governance forum, I also wanted to share with you an example of what global public participation could look like. And I'd like to invite my colleague Nina, if you could share the last slide of the Mentimeter. I'm not going to kill you guys with PowerPoint. I just have one slide. Not too much tech. Very selected processes, or what political scientists sometimes call sortition. The idea is essentially to identify representatives, not based on the sort of people that are most connected or the wealthiest, which unfortunately is often the selection criteria for attending events like this, or people that are sort of representing civil society organizations, sort of stakeholder models. But what happens if we actually go out and we identify representatives through a lottery in which anyone on Earth could participate? So we developed a 4-step global lottery process. The first step was to take a NASA database of population density, overlaid on a 2D model of on internet governance, for example. And then we ended up developing a pool of about 675 potential participants globally from all of these 100 locations, and then organizing a global lottery to then pick 100 people such that we had one person from each of these geographic points. So we represented sort of the demographic distribution of humanity from a geographic perspective. And then we looked at other demographic characteristics.
This kind of data is unlocked more and more. So I think these are important drivers of harmonization. But there are also major structural impediments that have to be kept in mind. And these are, for instance, that countries are at different, if you want to call it, stages of adoption of digital technology. To take an example, the internet economy or digital economy, however you want to call it, in Kenya is almost 7%. Which is quite large. Here in Ethiopia, it is about 1%. So that's a huge difference in the relative importance of the sector, which means there will also be different interests in what and how to regulate the digital economy, data flows, and so on. And of course, there are other structural differences in terms of the infrastructure, the capital that is available, digital skills, education, and so on. And this means that countries will be at different positions, but will also have different possibilities of entering into debates on regulation, of getting involved internationally in fora and other debates on how to regulate the digital transformation and the digital economy. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I remember, Helani, you made a point in before about the role of GDPR and what role that plays also in harmonization, also for other countries. Could you elaborate a bit more on that?
I think GDPR shows 2 nice aspects of the drivers of a particular type of harmonization. And I think we should recognize we haven't defined what harmonization means, and it could really mean a whole lot of things. But economics is the first thing, right? I mean, in many countries, take Sri Lanka, for example, we passed Asia's first personal data protection law, South Asia's first one, right? Not enacted yet. We don't have the money for that, so next year maybe it'll come into force, but it's passed. The biggest driver of that was the ability to do digital services trade with the EU. We have a huge software export industry. We have a huge outsourced data processing industry, right? It was driven by the businesses, and I think that's fine. So economics is a driver. But luckily, I think civil society for the last 20, maybe more, has really been focused on the harms and ways of mitigating harms of data, right? Particularly in the, I would say, the last 10 years. And thankfully, we have that force coming into force. So, for example, the need for privacy that, India has finally recognized at the highest level, it came up. The working groups were very civil society driven with government. It was a very bottoms up approach. And thanks to the international fora that civil society across many countries now connected, I mean, IGF is one, but there are many others, that then comes up and then goes down again to other countries. So that force, I think, is now real. And I think governments can't ignore that. Like 20 years ago, when it came to telecom policy, nobody was talking about digital rights or whatever, right? There were rights implications, huge ones, right? I mean, I come from a country when telecom cell phone networks were used to triangulate and take people into jail to find locations. Of course, there were human rights implications, but it wasn't this big conversation. So the civil society voice and the need for a rights-based approach is one force, and then the economics that's driving. So I think that's a clash, but I think it's a good clash. That's a conversation we should have. So in GDPR, you finally see both, right? Sort of trying to be balanced. So, yeah.
Perfect, thank you so much. I think in the interest of time, because I want to leave space also for the breakout discussion, I would leave the discussion because I think it was a very nice closing point also. But I would give you the opportunity to have another closing point when introducing now the breakout session. So maybe Nina, if you could put up the slide again on Mentimeter, because we actually would like to go with you in 3 breakout groups now. But there is a hint to that because we obviously always disadvantage our virtual participants. So one of the 3 groups is going to be virtual, and the virtual group is allowed to choose. So you can choose in the chat of the Zoom call which group you would like to participate in, and the group that gets most votes in the virtual will be held virtual. The other 2 groups will be held here in the room. So sorry to everybody who is here in Addis with me, you will have only 2 groups to choose from. But maybe combining a short closing statement of each of you with a short pitch for the breakout groups would be helpful. We will then have about 30 minutes to discuss in the breakout groups. A reminder to my panelists, we need 1 rapporteur per group, so 1 person that will take the key messages of your discussion back to the plenary, because after the 3 breakout groups, we're going to come back here for 10 minutes to close a little bit, look out for the next steps, and see what also your experiences, your ideas in this rich discussion have been. So over to you for a short pitch. So let's start with John, Group 1 on participatory approaches to regulate digital policy.
Yeah, thanks. This is actually a great feed-in from the last conversation we're having about harmonization, and I think it's a challenging, it's challenging to have a conversation about why should we have harmonization. I think we can all agree that it's important. It's like really quite self-evident. When we talk about this infrastructure, I think it's pretty hard to agree with the question, especially if we're talking about what's in the interest of citizens, what's in the interest of the global population, it's pretty hard to. And I would love to introduce a concept from a Colombian American anthropologist called Arturo Escobar. He talks about the pluriverse. And it's a recognition that we live in a world where many worlds exist. So if we want to harmonize, then the question is, how do we bring these different worldviews together? And how do we ensure that this technology doesn't just replicate sort of colonial dynamics? And I introduced in the beginning the sort of different models of sort of regulation that are being imposed on many countries around the world around sort of state-sponsored spying, corporate-sponsored spying, or sort of a rights-based model developed outside. And the question is, how can we bring all of these different models together into a harmonized framework? And I think it really requires participatory approaches. And so I'd love to host a little conversation with you all and understand your experiences of public participation and create a little space in the breakout where we can learn from each other. And hopefully, contribute to our collective consciousness through a participatory process about how we might do more and better public participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Pascal, over to you for the pitch for breakout group 2 on agile, innovative forms of regulation.
Yeah, so in the second group, we will zoom into the larger regulatory models and look at more specific forms of regulation, such as regulatory sandbox and so on, and discuss to what extent they can be transferred to different contexts where you think they work well, where they might not work so well, where maybe we need other forms of regulation that we haven't covered so far. So this will be the topic of the second group.
Thank you very much. And then over to you, Helani, for the last group on harmonization versus fragmentation.
I think the biggest challenge for the internet is where the nation state ends and where it meets the internet. And when we talk about harmonization, the question is, do we go to the lowest common denominator and end up with an international set of rules that broadly work for everybody but really does not work for anyone because it's so basic? Do we go to developed economies models like the GDPR, or do we go local? There's a lot of calls for how important nation states and community values are. But on the other hand, there are plenty of communities in my country, in other countries, that don't allow women to go online and put people in vans and kill them for protesting online, right? So where does community values and interests stop, nation interests stop, when it comes to data, internet governance, any of these values, and how international do we become? Thanks. That's the last breakout.
Perfect. So, Nina, do you have already some hint what the virtual participants prefer?
They're not very decisive. They're between you, John, and you, Pascal. So maybe let's. John, would you like to join me here on my computer and go to the virtual world?
I would love to. And for anyone in the room that would like to talk about participation, because we'll have the participation conversation online, just feel free to come up and find me afterwards. All right, thank you.
Great.
I mean, you can also join in virtually or see how it works, but John will be in the virtual group, and the other two, I guess, Helani will stay here in this corner, and Pascal will maybe go over to this corner, so we see how we can manage in this not so favorable room setting to have some conversations. Please select the rapporteur to report back to the plenary and be back in 25 minutes at 1:45 so that we can have 15 minutes to wrap up and share the findings together. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. Hey, I want to introduce a really quick concept that we're increasingly calling a binary session, because we all see how difficult these hybrid formats are, where we have people joining online and offline in a sort of, we pretend a sort of similar space. And so what we wanted to do in this was offer a binary meeting where you could have fully offline discussions and fully online discussions. But there are a few people that would like to join the participation conversation that are in the room. And just to say, if you would like to, you just need to have your own device and then connect to the online call. And so you're essentially, even though you're physically here, you'll join virtually in the call. So that's also an option. All right, thank you.
Hello. For those of you guys that are online, you have been
wait anymore. We have only 10 minutes left. I'm really sorry. Perfect. Then let's get started, and maybe we start with the group, Helani's group on fragmentation harmonization. Oh, you're still writing. Okay. Pascal, who is the rapporteur in your group?
That would be Sinit.
Sinit, can I ask you to deliver us the key messages for the group on agile approaches to regulation?
Hi, can everyone hear me? Hi everybody, my name is Sunit, I'm from the Tony Blair Institute. I think we discussed quite a few things. I think we acknowledge the challenges and the tensions around the nature of regulating the kind of digital world, in particularly the speed at which change happens, the kind of geography and how expansive it is. Also considering the power dynamics between, say, state governments versus global organizations versus big tech companies. I think so. Some of the key takeaways was, number one, what do we even mean by agile regulation? What does that actually look like? How agile can it actually be in practice? The second one was questioning to what extent, I guess, the value of innovation has almost been fetishized, right? And thinking about what are the other competing values that perhaps we need to kind of bring much more forward to the tables to manage to manage innovation and to make sure that innovation is challenged in a way that is constructive to society. We had an interesting debate about who is the right person to lead an own kind of regulation in this space, and some of the challenges around sandbox approaches. Do they really work? We kind of, I think Pascal highlighted to us that there hasn't been an extensive review of whether they work. As coming back to the point around who it should be, the kinds of organizations like the UN who are kind of have the global reach and potential influence don't necessarily have the regulatory power. And also it would be challenging for them to have the speed to move. Did I miss anything else? I think that's it, so I'll hand over to the next group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very concise. Then I would like to ask you to report for the group on harmonization fragmentation before we move to the virtual group.
Okay, hello. My name is Rachel Pollack. I work with UNESCO on freedom of expression and the safety of journalists. So we had a really rich and interesting discussion. Several of us said that it was one of the best that we've had in this conference. So thank you very much to the organizers and to all of the panelists. So we covered many different elements of this debate. We started with the question if there are examples of good model laws globally around these issues of internet governance. There was the idea that, for example, in access to information laws, there are standards, international standards, but often the challenge comes in implementation. But then we also spoke about governance of the technical layer and bodies like the IETF, who have used the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, and then asked the question if that still holds today, and if the multi-stakeholder model is sufficient in other areas beyond the technical layer. We heard from one government representative that made the distinction between government on the internet and governance of the internet and governance on the internet, and that we may be able to regulate more on content issues, but lower down on the stack related to technical infrastructure. We had one very interesting example of harmonization at work and successfully in practice from the East African community, which has harmonized laws on cybersecurity in 7 countries. And we heard about how that has happened through different phases of harmonization in 4 different phases, resulting in some common minimum standards that are agreed to, and then others that are optional according to the country, how they've worked to build capacity in order to implement these laws, and have done so through public-private partnerships. And last, we had a question about conditions, for example, in legislation like the DSA, if that is exported to other parts of the world, or if data and services are used within a region, and if there are some minimum standards that should be at place, for example, in worker conditions. I think that summarizes most of the points, but if anyone else from that group would like to come in with additions or corrections, please go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think that was an excellent summary. And then over to you, John. I think you're reporting for the virtual group to make it easier technically.
Yeah, so I'll share back for the conversation that we had online about public participation. I'm going to do my best to represent what was really an incredible conversation with a lot of wisdom and experience on the call. We heard from Internet Society talking about a global initiative called We the Internet, which was organized in the last years. It was essentially a global deliberation on the future of the Internet, decentralized, so this was organized at national level. You would have national level deliberations. In Rwanda, for example, we organized the national deliberation, which was structured essentially as a one-day citizens assembly or citizens dialogue, where we had during COVID trained facilitators that went out to the communities to bring people together in small groups of 5, and then brought together into a plenary discussion that was taking place online. So kind of hacking the hybrid model in the sort of COVID experience. But the We the Internet project was able to bring voices of citizens from I think 70 countries together into a document to provide recommendations to decision makers and to the IGF. So this is one of the examples that was shared. We also had a former regulator from Mexico, who is also working with an organization, Rizzo America, and also with APC, sharing her experiences, and a colleague who's joining us actually in the room who came online, Suha from APTI in Bangladesh, sharing experiences about shifting sort of offline cooperatives into digital cooperatives, I could share, and I'm going to try to sort of summarize the points into 4 buckets. And the first one, non-ironically, is that consultation takes time. I think our breakout group would have benefited from a little bit more time to deepen these conversations. But there's really a recognition that these consultative processes are oftentimes really constrained by certain political opportunities or sort of processes where we're sort of, the regulation becomes like a bit of a box-ticking exercise, where it's like we need to talk to citizens, let's try and fit that in, between Wednesday and Friday. They get a couple of minutes to talk, and then we're going to summarize the results. And so that's one of the conclusions, is that really participation does take time. The second is that it really needs to be designed and planned, and we need to recognize that a lot of times citizens and constituents need to go through a learning journey to be able to meaningfully deliberate about these topics, on the one hand. I often think about Jim Fishkin when he describes the fact that when we go to vote in elections, we're often sort of political parties are using the same tools that Coca-Cola uses to sell sugar water to children in order to determine which political parties we're going to be voting for. And so we need to think about how citizens can be meaningfully informed to be able to engage in these conversations and to take decisions. And then also recognizing that not all of these conversations really affect citizens. We heard an example from sort of net neutrality, which we've seen in many countries in the world, has really galvanized civil society and citizens to engage in these conversations. And just recognizing that citizens don't necessarily have an interest in all of these conversations or necessarily see how these conversations affect their lives. So we might also consider forms of financial inducements and otherwise to incentivize citizens to actually engage in these processes. Another point that we heard about was the fact that these agile approaches can often actually become sort of a backdoor to regulatory hijack. And I think that that's really clear, that you create a sort of a dual channel, a sandbox, where where we can sort of offer alternative regulation, and then those end up going to the same large companies that have the resources to actually go through the standard regulatory framework in the first place. And so just making sure that these sort of agile forms of regulation and processes don't sort of end up contradicting their initial intended purposes. And then finally, we heard really about the importance of engaging citizens, particularly at the diagnosis stage, or what you would call the sort of agenda setting stage of a policymaking process, to make sure that we can really hear from citizens and let them sort of articulate what the key challenges are and perspectives and bring in their lived experiences into that process. And I just want to recognize that, again, we did need a lot more time, so I would just want to hand over, if there is anyone online, to create a space for those virtual voices to appear in the main room. If you'd like to come off mute and say hello and add anything.
Well, I think we're also at the end of our time, so I would like to use the last 2 minutes to thank everybody in the room for this very fruitful discussion, specifically to you, Helani, John, and Pascal, for giving us some fruitful thought, for sparking the discussion, and for leading also the breakout groups. But a big thanks to all of you still here with us, and we really enjoyed the conversation, and we are also aware of the fact that 45 minutes, or what was it, even 30 minutes of discussion was way too short. So what we would actually like to propose is to follow up and have another conversation even after the IGF online, to keep on discussing the issues that we just had in these 3 groups. So if you're interested in joining us in these conversations and then see where this journey takes us, just approach us, leave the speakers or me your business cards, and then we will make sure to include you in a follow-up where we can also then share maybe the summary of the key messages from today, the session report, but also give you more space to share your experiences, your lessons learned, because you're the experts here in the room, and I think we can all still learn a lot from each other on this level of discussion. So thank you very much for being here with us today, and have a good rest of the day at the IGF, and talk to you soon again. Thank you very much. you say something? Hi. Uvashi, can you say something?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Thank you. Leah, can we test it on you as well? We still have 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, good morning, Leah.
You have to turn your mic off.
Okay.
They can hear
That's
you.
it. Okay, thank you for telling me. So everybody is here and then...
And you will hear them from the speaker too, so you have to mute the output too. Yeah. So then, and now you can hear them over there. Yeah. You can speak through the mic.
Ah, okay. I can hear them from there. Okay. Yeah, I'm just still getting the logistics in a little bit of an order. IT, can you also show me how the video is looking from our end? Perfect. Thank you. I can turn it off? Okay. Hi, Chennai. Ah, where are you? Room number 3. No. 3. Yeah. 3. That's right. Thank you. Right.
have it wrong when I
No,
on my calendar.
it's all right. It's not a building change.
Hi.
Hello.
Chennai. Nice to meet you.
You should talk further, a lot. Okay, I think we have 2 minutes more or so it's all right.
The other two are via Zoom. The other two are online.
Yeah, on them here. I think if you want to see, they're already there. They're logged in. So that's okay. She's there and then there. 2 minutes? Okay, cool. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, and thank you for making time.
and joining the session. I think I'll request the room door to be closed. Yeah, thank you. I'm sure people in the room, and it's a very good, morning in Ethiopia. It's always good to be in the sun and talk about things from a very more positive attitude. If people are coming from Europe and North America, which is a little too cold and slightly depressing, at least for me. So we have a great panel today. I would say the topic is very relevant. We are stationed in Addis. Good to see IGF back in Africa. I think all the sentiments have been put together in the last 2-3 days. So let's get cracking. So the topic is very simple: need for fundamental regulation for the global South. I want to set the stage very simple. The stage is I will introduce the speakers. We have a set of questions. We would take, the focus would be on global South, but then we would try to break it up into things which are easy to understand, which people can grasp, and we don't want to put jargons into the context. Lastly, we would also like to have a little bit more of a personal participation, sharing of experiences, and understand the nitty-gritties of where we stand and how we stand. So thank you for your time. It's a 90-minute thing. We are the only people in between your lunch breaks, people who are sitting in the room. So I'm very happy to welcome you all. Just to start with, I think there are buzzwords when you look at AI, and it is looked at from a perspective of, okay, it can solve all problems of the global grand challenges. But when you try to break it up into sectors, when you try to look at the pervasiveness in terms of utilization of availability of data sets, its dependabilities, regulations, and the fundamentals of regulations, how they are looking at from a human rights perspective. We heard about the OECD principles, inclusive growth, SDGs, transparency, explainability. The last 2 days have been quite phenomenal in putting these contexts of regulations at the top of the table. But the idea is, how do we really go about it? Are there, there are two breakup points. First is when we talk about regulation, say, yes, but you have to take one step back. Do you know how the internet penetration is in Africa or in Asia or Latin America? Step one. Step two is, okay, if internet is so bad, then how are you talking about AI? Can we really talk about AI without even getting into the data notion of inclusiveness of data from the global South? Okay, then step three. So I think the modularities of foundations which need to be set out for AI need to actually take 1 or 2 steps back and then try to again come back to where we are, talking about the regulations. I would start by the panelists sitting on my right. We have Dr. Rosa Aga. I will not pronounce your middle name because I think I'll make it wrong. She's Natural Language Processing Division Director in Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute. Welcome, Rosa. I would give the floor after some time, but thank you for coming. Thank you for making it. On my left, I have Ms. Janai Sher. I think that's perfect as a name. She's a Senior Program Officer, Africa Innovation. Mradi, how do you say Mardi? Mradi, very good, thank you. And then online, we have Dr. Urvashi Aneja. Urvashi Aneja is the founding director of Digital Future Labs, a fellow at Chatham House, and a non-resident fellow at Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. And not last the least, my moderator and my co-lead, Miss Leah Gempel, and she is also online, and she is a senior program officer with the Digital Public Goods Alliance and is based out of Norway. Welcome, Leah. Thank you for your participating from the cold. I hope you are feeling much better now. So yeah, contextualizing it, I give. So what I wanted to set at the stage is very simple. I said that, how are you thinking about regulation? The first approach is, let's bring all the people, multi-stakeholder partnerships, people on the room together. Let's talk in the last session we heard, let's talk the citizenship potential. Let's bring the youth in terms of regulation. But my question first is, in terms of, to my panelists, is how is the use of these, AI technologies, thinking or thought processes being looked at in the global South? and with examples from the sectors that they're working in, from the geographies that they belong to. What is the current thinking among the decision makers and the government? So I will open it with Rosa, and then I will pass it on to Shania, and then I will take the inputs from Urvashi. We have a set of 4 or 5 questions, and after every one question, we would also open the floor for participants to put in their voices. Over to you, Rosa. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. You can hear me, right? All right, great. Well, just to say a few words about the question. Well, a bit long years ago, specifically, let's talk about Ethiopia. In Ethiopia, artificial intelligence technology is all about just robot development, or it's just a robotics. And later on, a fear came up. So there was a fear that when we have, or if we have, this AI technology in the country, then we're gonna have like many jobless people in the country. Then currently, the current status is now we get on the government level, we have started this Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and specifically we have started working on to use this technology and then provide a solution for that. We have idea of this technology, what we have in the large community in the country currently is that we are going to use the technology, different technologies, and work with farmers and they of the product that we have in a country for the export. So this is one of our good income for the large population by joining the agriculture. That soil or that land can take and then give us a good product, different expertise. So to reach them, everybody is. So this doesn't look feasible, right? So what we are doing is we are working on the experts, having the system like working same like the doctors. And different regions in our country, many women are dying by this because they're not this close by. They have to, usually they come to a days to treat too late. So to get rid of such kind of problems, we are working on the expert systems and then put this technology in different regions. So overall, just to make it short, overall, we are using this technology currently to work or to be to make it as a solution for the Sustainable Development Goals. So overall, we are working to digitalize Ethiopia, and then later on, we are thinking about the job loss, one of the disadvantage of the AI technology. Then we will think about that later on. Now let's use the technology to have a solution for all the problems that we have in the country. This is the current status on the technology that we have in the country, even on the government level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosa. I think you brought the technology, so I'm looking at the regulations again because the session would still focus on. But you gave the examples, okay, you need a regulation, so looking at sectors like agriculture and healthcare primarily, and they are linked to the SDGs, so you're looking at the indicators in SDGs to fulfill them. So, I mean, I would come back to, because we still would like to bring in the notion of regulation. I will hand it over to Shania and ask her, I mean, the same question, but, I put this context because of also Mozilla Foundation's work and everything. How are you looking at these parts? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good day or good evening to everyone. So I think it's so interesting in terms of thinking about how AI is being interpreted from a regulatory perspective. A lot of what I've seen specifically for South Africa based on earlier research done around thinking AI, privacy, and data protection was the drive towards regulation is really more so as an economic perspective response. So thinking about economic growth, therefore needing to have regulations that encourage for development of AI in specific sectors. What we've really seen is more growth of AI-based solutions within the banking sector and financial services. So you'd find like insurance companies now making use of AI-based systems in order to, decide what's the risk value of someone. Same thing in banking sector, being input also in that space of the idea of the fourth industrial revolution. So they have to participate in this fourth industrial revolution from that particular way. So that was one of the drivers of regulation around ensuring protection of privacy as well as protecting business being implemented. Because I think that's another crucial issue, that if you're going to regulate, you need to know, not speak from a Southern African perspective, countries have been implementing CCTV comes if we're going to how we regulate these systems, especially if we're then doing it from an economist. And I think significantly one of the issues that came up was around job loss, as the previous speaker has mentioned. And there was a time when the people in the banking sector actually were threatening to strike because they felt like they were being replaced by the machines without a contingency plan. So one of the points of regulation was really thinking about, should we focus on upskilling people, so then bringing in robotics into training schools at an early age so that people can be able to make use of the systems, or really count on existing inequality so that even as we are regulating AI, we're also regulating spaces, particularly gendered inequality.
Regulation. So you mentioned banking and finance and insurance needs a separate layer on top of it, which is still not existing. I would still, I'm interested.
I'm so sorry that I'm not able to join you all in person. My loss in maybe to start with just kind of thinking about the narratives and how policymakers are thinking about it. I think there's a very strong miss the kind of boat on previous industrial revolutions, and we can't afford to miss the boat on how one thinks about policy and how one thinks about regulation. And the questions is that if you set up the promise of AI in terms of economic problems, then there is a strong argument, because we don't want to curb innovation, which is perhaps the narrative in a European context, but we don't want to over-regulate because what's at stake is socioeconomic development, right? I'm not presenting my view here. My view is probably the contrary, but I'm presenting the kind of like policymaker view on this. So what that means, therefore, is that there is a general kind of sense that we don't want to overregulate this space because we might stifle not innovation but socioeconomic development. At the same time, I think what we see is that a lot of the regulation, and maybe I'm jumping ahead a little bit to your second question, so I'll try and not do that, but a lot of the policy conversation around AI currently is not actually regulation. A lot of it is kind of policy discussions, a lot of white papers, a lot of working papers, and these have de facto become the way of being rather than there being a clear regulatory framework. So to give you an instance of that, so India has a framework for responsible AI, it has principles for responsible AI, but there isn't a set of regulations that enable or support the kind of implementation of that. So what we instead see is a lot of this kind of patchwork policy kind of frameworks. And then picking up on what Chennai was saying, the function of most of these policy frameworks seems to be twofold or onefold, which is really to grow the domestic ecosystem and to spur economic growth. That really seems to be the focus. And as a result of that, the focus of much regulation has been about how do we create, and not regulation policy, has been about how do we create an enabling environment for the development of AI in the Indian context. So therefore, a lot of emphasis on data, on having open data, on enabling access to public data, on enabling access for small and medium enterprises to be able to compete in the kind of AI marketplace, to think about maybe to take it a little bit to connect the dots on the job front as well. There's conversation about kind of making India the garage for global AI development. So a lot of the kind of back-end AI work, like the data annotation, the data labeling work, can happen in the Indian context as a kind of continuation of the BPO industry or business process outsourcing, as a new kind of avatar or as a new form of that. So that really is when it comes to AI. And as a result of this kind of narrative and as a result of this kind of framing, there's much less emphasis on the guardrails that we need to put in place. Whether those guardrails are in terms of kind of procurement frameworks that Chennai mentioned, India we don't have a kind of unified procurement framework, and it happens in a kind of ad hoc fashion, or whether it's in kind of privacy framework. So India has just put out a new draft of its data protection bill, which does not address really many of the issues that come out that arise in the context of AI. So whether it's kind of AI poses, etc., or whether it's kind of guardrails for specific applications. So there is a lot of AI being used, a lot of by law enforcement, also by corporations, particularly post the COVID-19 kind of use cases we don't see regulatory frameworks for. But Gaurav, I think your sectors where the regulatory frameworks are already more developed or already a little sector, we do see some activity in the health sector, not as much as the financial. There's really a kind of paucity of regulatory interventions, despite growing number or promise that is attributed to the use of AI in these sectors.
Yeah, thank you so much, Urvashi, for also contextualizing. So there are again, if you start looking at the dialogue, there are again 2 or 3 perspectives. The first perspective is, at least in the global south, people want to use the technology, so they are actually walking in parallel. We talk about guidelines, frameworks, regulation, but we still want to use the technology. So we want to actually showcase that there is use which is successful, which is of use for the citizens, but we will try to walk in. It's not like, I think the EU context is more focused on the regulation and then driving and balancing the innovation by side, and then put some type of format of maybe regulation is a heavy word, policy discussions like that. I think the second potential thing is that we are still, we are not, the global south is still okay with the use of, typical some malicious technologies which are, say, not allowed in US, and like facial recognition. We are okay because I think we also find some solutions which are more appropriate in this, balance of things of where we are trying to use it. As Global South, I'm not a representative, but I'm suggesting, and I think that types also gives a flexibility in terms of how these, the use can be there. But now I pass it on to Leah, and she's my online moderator for the people who have come in the room later, and she will take the next course of discussion with herself. Yeah, thank you, Leah. Please.
Thank you, Gaurav. And I think you already summed up the first inputs quite nicely. So I would like to move on and look a bit more on the challenges of AI. And I think some of these points have been already raised. So Chennai mentioned, for instance, that a lot of the discussion is framed around privacy and surveillance. So I would like to know, first from Rosa and then from the other participants, to what extent is the malicious use of AI actually discussed? Is there a multi-stakeholder discussion ongoing in your country or in the Global South in general? What do you perceive there as the focus areas? And secondly, how do you perceive the private sector coming into these discussions? So to what extent do they participate? To what extent do they try to influence the discussion? And in that sense, also a regulation that will hopefully come later down the line. So passing it on to Rosa again, and thanks again for joining, and to all online participants, please raise your questions in the chat. I'm happy to take it up and read it out for the participants. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. It's a really good question that we really need to see when we work on this technology. We have to see it on the malicious activity as well. Like currently, what we are doing is, since it's new technology for us, of course, it's not new for the other world. Our main focus is just only to bring the technology and then do the production. That is our main focus. Even though to get the trust from the stakeholders and also from the community, one thing that we have to do is to show them, to prove that the AI technology product that we are developing is safe, and also it's not gonna create another problem. When we try to solve the problem that they have, we are not going to create another problem, like making them vulnerable for any malicious activities. So for that, currently, as a country, from what I have noticed, and also from the tasks that I have been involving, what we have doing is we have been doing this discussion specifically with the stakeholders or with the consumers who are using these products. So we are doing directly communicating overall with the tasks that we're working with them when we develop these products, and then during that we try to develop and evaluate or test this product with different level of vulnerability, because when we approach the public sector or the community, we are saying that we have this problem and then we are trying to solve this problem for you. And one of the main threats that they really want to see from us is from the privacy side, because when we work on this technology, we are using their data, right? When we talk about AI, we are talking indirectly about data. So when we ask them their data, they need to assure that it's going to be safe. They need to have like assurance from us that it's going to be safe and not going to be shared with a third person, and then we are going to use it just only for their product development. So one of the malicious activity that they are not going to have on the data that they are going to give us, we show them with different what can I say, with different we need to go to with different discussions, and also we have to show them with different techniques as well, that to prove them that the data is going to be safe, and also the products that we're developing is going to be safe. But we are not going so far. Of course, that is one thing that we have to work as a country. we need to like intensive discussion regarding this. Like we need to have like some rights and regulations specifically regarding this on the products that we're developing on this technology, like what kind of level that they have to be tested, to what kind of level that we have to be that we can assure the community and have a trust from them. So currently we haven't done that far. What we are doing it is specifically with the stakeholders and with a specific conversation with them by showing them that we are doing a different level of vulnerability evaluation on the products. So that's what I can say.
Back to you, Leah. You are moderating this one. Sorry.
Thank you so much. So thanks for this implementation perspective, Rosa. I think that's really fascinating. And I would like to pass it on to either Chennai or Vashib. Please go ahead, and perhaps you can frame the discussion more into the direction also of what is already discussed on a policy level based on what Rosa also said about product development and how they ensure that trust and safety is included in the actual product development. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Leah. I really like the work that Rosa is doing. I mean, it's fantastic for there to be that kind of transparency and that kind of conversation. So, really looking at this part of my first response, again, South Africa, Southern African context, is there's a need for transparency and actually understanding where artificial intelligence solutions are showing up. So before we can even have the conversation on the extent to which malicious conversations are being discussed, a lot of the times you don't know that a decision has been made based on an algorithm or an AI. An example of this is usually it actually only outrightly shows up when you challenge a decision, and this was the case, for example, of a South African Indian woman who qualified for a loan, but the bank told her no. When she investigated, she discovered that it was actually an algorithm that had flagged her. The algorithm was trained on problematic data because South Africa, historically has been an apartheid country that is quite exclusionary, but she was probably the best candidate who could actually afford to pay back the loan, and the bank to give them a response. So you can imagine the level of which people actually are interacting with these systems. That's fine. So that was the premise that I wanted to really put in terms of the extent of the conversation. What we've seen has been around surveillance, and I think it's because the CCTV cameras are like there. It's visual. Have conversations on like, I don't quite feel comfortable about going into a particular neighborhood. And there was actually a case with the City of Johannesburg municipality and a civil society called Right to Know, where they were challenging private neighborhoods that had put in surveillance cameras, and their biggest concern was, if you understand the history of South Africa, you would know that people who inhabit certain bodies are immediately flagged as problematic. So even if you're driving your car through a neighborhood and you are black and the car is nice, you could be flagged as being, potential thief. So there was a need for the conversation, and they were rolling them out on a safety and security basis. So there was a need for more conversation in terms of like, okay, you're rolling out the service and it's on a private basis, but how do you mitigate against bias that's already existent in the country? How can people actually make access to the neighborhood? So that's where the bulk of the conversation has been. And if you look at the digital freedom, been making use of surveillance systems to monitor human rights defenders and journalists. So more that can be done. And then in terms of it being a multi-base, because then we have forums like this and people gather around. But from a Mozilla perspective, what we've been doing, foundation and company, we really think about privacy first and data protection. That's that we are a privacy respecting browser. So for us, we really champion community focused conversations and artificial intelligence. We're making use of an AI-based solution, championing AI-based solution through the way in which we open up the voice data sets that are collected by community through the Common Voice project. And in that instance, it's governed from a community perspective. We consistently encourage people who then make use of the data to develop use cases to ensure that the community is engaged with. They collect the most minimal data, and they also explain the potential harms and concerns that people might have, because at the end of the day, people are like, what are you going to do with my voice? Who's going to be able to have access to my voice in order to increase surveillance? So we really try to push our own organizational ethics around these issues to ensure that we want to have an open source voice data set because we understand the issues around siloed data. But we want to do it with intentional ethics and care that's already existent.
Thank you, Chennai, for sharing your perspective. And I think Common Voice is a really fascinating product, and I would be happy to discussion. Before that, I would like to give the word to Urashi and also build on what Chennai already said, that the way data is collected and what data represents is obviously problematic when it comes to AI development if the data is biased. And as data is a representation of the world, all the data that is used for AI development is biased in one way or the other. And in the Indian context, I'm really curious how this plays out, Urvashi, because you already mentioned that there's a push for open AI or open data to be used for AI training to develop economy. So how is this conversation discussed in the Indian context, and what place? And I'm especially also interested in the whole aspect of ex ante and ex post regulation, because as Chennai mentioned, a lot of the problems out after an AI is used, after you made it explicit. So do we need to discuss more also how to make AI use visible and then regulate it before it's actually used? Or should we look at the problems that come out of it and then regulate after it's used? So please go ahead.
Thanks, Leah. Lots of big questions in there. Let me try and answer some of them. Maybe the first thing that I want to say is that, in terms of kind of this framing of kind of malicious use cases, I think the thing to recognize, which might seem obvious, and I'm sorry if I'm just for restating it, is that in many cases, the people deploying and developing these technologies don't think they're malicious. So neither do the developers think they're malicious, nor do policymakers think they're malicious. So there is a particular way in which these applications are understood, right, which is not seen from a malicious lens, and which I think it's almost seen from too rose-tinted a lens, which leads in kind of blind spots to what the harms might be, right? So to say that many of these are well-intentioned actors, they're not all malicious actors. And all the harms that arise from AI technologies are not only because of malicious behavior, but because of a number of things that Chennai talked about and that you also alluded to in your question. And to pick up a little bit on what Chennai was saying as well, so it's the surveillance use cases that get the most attention. TV cameras right there, and because globally we are seeing the use of surveillance technology, and I'm saying this point again, that we see a lot of surveillance tech being used in the workplace, and the workplace is where a lot of the surveillance tech gets normalized. And a lot of it was introduced as a response to kind of adapting to the pandemic or managing the pandemic, and it is stuck. And then there's also a lot of lateral surveillance that we see, right? So like resident associations in housing complexes, so on and so forth. So it's not just state actors, it's kind of across the board, and that's the most obvious one. But the harmful use cases extend well beyond surveillance, right? So I think something that we don't talk about often enough is the impact on kind of cultural norms and social norms. So whether it's in terms of kind of natural language processing, or whether it's in terms of other stereotypes here that we now see with new AI technologies for creating art, so on and so forth, whether it's like kind of GPT-3, right? So we have to kind of look beyond the surveillance use case to understand the harms more broadly. With the question that you were asking about kind of multi-stakeholder conversations and the role of the private sector, I think this is really important because I think what we see in the Indian context is that there is not enough understanding of how this technology works within the government, right? And a lot of what is being introduced in the public sector, for an example, is being introduced as pilots that are being kind of sold to the government, and then they just carry on, like the pilots just stay. And the kind of multi-stakeholder conversation is really influenced a lot by the private sector and much less by civil society. So civil society is often a part of these conversations, but it often amounts to a kind of tokenism, and the real, like, the private sector really has the ear of the government, not so much civil society, and this is deeply problematic. You'd asked one more question and I forgot the last one, Leah.
Yeah, I think I asked you tons of questions. I also asked about ex ante and ex post regulation.
Correct. Yes. So I think that's a really good question. I'm so happy that you raised that, right? Because I think for the most part, most of our regulatory kind of frameworks in the context of AI and other emerging tech have been after the fact, right? After these technologies have already been deployed, and then we see the harmful impacts. But then it's a little bit like a whack-a-mole kind of strategy, right? Like you're just trying to plug this leaky bridge, and it's endless. And even like, I mean, if you look at the EU, the new EU's AI Act, in some senses, is definitely the most progressive as far as global regulation goes. But by the time it actually comes into force, the ship would have sailed, right? There would be a new conversation. So the EU Act, for an example, doesn't take into account adequately biometrics. It doesn't take into account kind of new extended reality technologies. Doesn't take into account kind of neurotechnology. And all of these are just a few years away. And we know how long processes take in the EU and other well-functioning democracies for things to actually come into enforcement. So we do need to think about this differently, right? And I think we need to think about how do we build a responsible development ecosystem. So how do we start looking more upstream when we're thinking about governance and not just downstream? And I think for that, and these kind of points in one sense maybe seem a little too fluffy or too obtuse or like too long-term, but it's important we don't forget them, right? So we do need to think about education. We need to think about who are the people, that next generation of AI developers that we're educating in the global south. Who are these people? What are we really teaching them? Are they really equipped to take on the mantle of kind of developing responsible AI for the global south? We've done a survey recently on looking at responsible AI computing courses in the Indian context, and we found there were none. The only place that responsible or ethics came into an educational conversation was around professional ethics. And at a few kind of more senior graduate level conversations, there are these technical conversations on how you optimize for fairness or how you optimize and thinking more holistically. So I think we really need to kind of think about coming from. What we've seen over the past kind of 3 decades is that there has been a deal with the commercialization of science. So the applications that therefore make it to market really beneficial, and that's because of the kind of funding ecosystem. So we need better government spending applications, not just that are commercially beneficial. And then of course, and I'll end there is obviously a conversation that is, I think, very vibrant in the places like the industrialized economies about just having greater diversity within the kind of developer community and within the tech years. We still have a long way to go. So I think it's really, really important to have that upstream conversation while we also try and manage these downstream harms.
Thank you so much, Urvashi. I think there were so many points on I would like to follow up, but given the time restraints, I will pass it on in a few seconds. Just two things I would like to emphasize, and that is a super important topic, and looking more at the upstream impact and how to actually shape an ecosystem to develop AI that is societal beneficial, entail beyond education. And secondly, just to mention this as well, there are voices in the AI development ecosystem that actually say, okay, we should stop repairing everything that AI gets wrong and start actually developing good AI with a slow approach, really assessing the risk, assessing the impact of AI before we go into development and deployment. And I think that's a very important aspect as well. So to think about slowing down, not developing fast, breaking up things, but really look at the impact first and then go about developing and deploying. And with this, I will pass it on to Gaurav for the next question.
Yeah, thank you. I think the question always remains in the nitty-gritties of the question. We say we should have a multi-stakeholder participation. How easy? So I like the comment from Urvashi is tokenism of civil society, right? You bring in the people, but the decision makers are the one who's making the decision. So is that multi-stakeholder really working? I think that is a fundamental. I think the second fundamental, which I'm really always talking about, is which has been mentioned, is capitalist, thrive. All these systems, all these infrastructure, whatever you call, they are still driven by money incentive. Why do you want to develop a social impact AI solutions or regulations in a sense which drive this is people need to know that they can make $1 trillion. That's why it is still going in the banking and insurance and these sectors, which is, wow, we are still making money. Well, fundamentally, let's again come back to the the grassroots, which I really like. So I think that discussions on the responsible AI set is also important, and I think the value of education and long-term vision for how and what you're building for a country is important. And every country can actually start with maybe one sector, not on all sectors, and say, okay, we can showcase that example. My question is that then, how is the public sector engagement, and to what extent, because we also heard in the first comments on procurement of AI, and I want to just elaborate that people in at least India whom I have talked to, a decision maker, they think is procurement of AI as procurement of a software, right? It's not a SDLC life cycle. AI ecosystem has a different life cycle. Okay, so I think the procurement idea of public sector engagement is important. So my question is simple. How do you think? What are the the regulatory bottlenecks which you encompass in all your different countries and your personal experiences? And how is that notion of responsible AI as a key concern? Are they being discussed at all in the ecosystem format, or they are like a familiar and they keep coming and going? Yeah. Over to you, Rosa. I'll start with you again. I've framed it a little differently, a little bit.
All right. Okay. Well, we have just started integrating this technology with the community. So, what we have been focusing is, as I have said before, just only on the development. But what we have noticed is once we have started widely working on this technology, we need to have a policy, like a guideline. So as a government level, we have started working on developing this AI policy. Currently, we are developing AI policy for the overall for the country, which means from now on, when we are developing any products with this technology, before they are going out for the public sectors, they have to be checked, they have to be evaluated, that if they have developed based on with the shape of the written AI policy. So this is one of the very good thing that we are working currently as a government level. So with this, which means now we can work intensively or widely with this technology, because now even the public sector can trust us, can give us their data with full trust. So we can develop a trustworthy AI from now on, because not just only for one institute, not just only for our institute, but overall AI product that we're developing in our country is going to be shaped with these rules and regulation that we are developing in our country. So that was one of the bottleneck before, to reach with to the public sector and then work with them, because as I have told you, when we start working with this technology, we are working to solve the problem that we have in the country. We are working on the level of to solve the problem that we have in the country, like on the local problems. So we are not focusing like on the business, like to generate some money or something. So for that, we need intensively the public sector involvement or participation with us, to work with us. So to get that, it was a bit hard. It was too challenging for us to integrate and work with them, because we need data, and also we need to work with them. At the end, we develop this technology. We are going to give them and convince them to use it, right? So it was a bit challenging, but once we have started working on this policy, first we developed this data governance or data rules and regulation. Once we have done with that, now we have a rules and regulation on the data with the data policy. So we are approaching the public sectors with that paper, with that rules and regulation, and then with that we have moved one step ahead. And then the next one is to have the overall AI regulation, like all the products that we are developing. The community has to trust us that it has ethical, and also it's not gonna create any problem, or it's not gonna be some be vulnerable for any malicious activity or for other illegal activities. So that's what we are doing currently as a government, even as a government level. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Rose. I don't know. I'm not looking at you as a voice of the government. I just need your opinion, so you can be. I just want to add one point. I think this part of where the public sector has a lot of data, which is because they are accountable and they are to the citizens. I would like to add this point to to Shania and say, is this feasible in the type of way it should work with the public sector, because they are the owners of data? Should that also be looked at, that who is the data treasurer? Thank you.
Thanks, Barav, putting me on the spot. So when I was reflecting on this question, and this is something that Uveshi had mentioned, it's really important to think about the bottlenecks also from that political economy context, where it's also power and political will, right? So at the end of the day, when you think about the bottlenecks to regulation, it's who has the power to actually drive the regulation. And connecting it back to the point which I earlier said is why is the power? It's about the industry that has the money to determine the direction in which the regulation goes. And it's also about political will. I mean, in South Africa and Zimbabwe, quite a lot of Southern African countries. So when it's going to be a lot of conversations around content moderation with elections coming. So that's where the political will is, and it's more so in the direction of making sure that you protect politicians at you're really, and it's about controlling misinformation, but sometimes the way that the controlling of misinformation also ends up, stifling freedom of expression. So there is that conversation around power and political will is one of the bottlenecks, right? And then another aspect is around harmonized policy frameworks. So I'm really excited to hear Rose talk about the process that they have that ensures that before anything hits the public streets, it's assessed. Whereas we currently have a conversation, I think there have been so many spaces this week that are focused on the fact that the Malabo Convention hasn't passed. So for us as a point of conversation, particularly within the African context, is the lack or the need of at least a guiding framework that would then respond to that question around like data stewardship and ownership of the data, and also remove that idea of the conversation when we think about data, moving away from that framing of data is gold, data is, it's people who give the data, it's an embodied experience. So we move away from sense that they have as we develop regulations. And I think another point is around geopolitics, right? So connecting it back to the elections conversation, content moderation that happens, it's very difficult to try to get meta onto the table. If you're not South Africa, if you're not Nigeria, if you're not Kenya, any other country, it's actually going to be quite difficult because they've invested in those countries. So then how do you ensure that you get the same protection mechanisms that they've put in place in Europe and the US, because they're responding to those political dynamics and economic dynamics for a global majority context? And then lastly, just building on the point of trust, which has been mentioned before by Rose, it's really also realizing that in quite a number of global majority countries, trust is already non-existent with the public sector. So if you're going to try to regulate and hope for, and we're pushing a premise that if you're going to regulate emerging technology, it also has to be a trust basis. We're already working with governments that are like, this is the my way or the highway. So at the end of the day, you do see technologies being put in place that may have a good impact for addressing health, for addressing access to social services, but people don't trust them because of who is putting that into place. So I think that is my locating the bottlenecks when it comes to regulation.
Thanks, Shana. I think this aspect of data, and I truly believe that the supplier of data is the citizen and the people, and the consumer, so the people and the citizen. So in between, the AI is just taking the data sort of solutions, but that is one aspect. So we have to treat people at the center of it as suppliers and consumers. The idea of how do you build trust in the global south, where I should data, and they would ask again for the data. So I think that's a fundamental bottleneck. I pass it on to Urvashi. I think I just want to be also aversive of time. We have like almost 35 minutes. So from next question onwards, we have 2 more questions to go. I would try to club it, and then, actually I'll pass it on to Leah, but we keep our comments short, including me. So over to you, Urvashi. Thank you.
Same question, Gaurav?
And diversify it as bit. It's all right.
Let me try and answer the question around kind of responsible use within the public sector. So, I think I echo a lot of what Chennai said before me. I think what we see in the public sector, if you look at the Indian example, like I was mentioning earlier, there is a kind of commitment to responsible AI principles, but there is a big gap between the responsible AI principles and the actual practice. So there's a number of existing use cases of the use of AI, not only talking about surveillance, but even around kind of welfare, that are blatantly in violation of the principles. So there is that kind of disconnect, and it raises the question of what function that responsible AI kind of framing plays, and whether its function is more of a kind of legitimizing framework rather than one that actually provides kind of protections. But obviously, and this goes back to something that you said earlier, Gaurav, like we cannot make kind of sweeping assertions around this, and there is a need to kind of think about how one operationalizes these principles on a case-to-case kind of basis. But I think it is, and so, what it might mean in the healthcare sector might look different for what it means in the agricultural sector, and also might be different for specific use cases within those sectors. But I think it is important to kind of, there are some inherent tensions in these principles around responsible AI, which cannot be wished away or may not be actually possible. You're going to optimize your algorithm for something, your data will have certain kinds of gaps. there will therefore be discrimination. You can't wish it away or imagine that it's not going to be there. It's very complicated to realize in an AI context. If you think about privacy in terms of people having an understanding about how their information about them will be used, and having a certain expectation of how that information will be used, that expectation totally changes in the context of AI systems, and even your best kind of data protection regulation can't guarantee that. So I think the role of the public sector is really, and when we're applying it in the public sector, is really to be cognizant of limitations of these principles and to think beforehand, or to map out beforehand, identify those risk mitigation measures beforehand. So that kind of mapping almost of what that ideal functionality of a particular life, who the winners are going to be, who the losers are going to be, who's going to get left out. And when we're talking about impact, it's really important to do that beforehand and have those mechanisms in place. And on paper, we need to ensure that actually those capacities exist on the ground. So some things when we're talking about how to do responsible AI or safe AI, but we really need to think in a particular context. So if there is a human that is administrating an AI-based authentication system for welfare distribution, being in a capital in Addis or in New Delhi, but is sitting in not have basic electrical supplies, and he doesn't necessarily have the wherewithal or the capacity to be able to provide that alternative. So we need to provide that capacity to that last person who is going to be actually deploying the AI to ensure that they're able to provide those missing. Currently, when I see the use of AI in the public sector, we're not really thinking, and I'm plugging a paper that I'm writing currently, and I'll share the link, but we've been doing a paper on the social sector in India, and we've been arguing that it's actually a case of organized irresponsibility. Translate principle to practice are not in place, and what you have instead is a whole bunch of very well guardrails kind of doing their best, but the sum total of all of that contributes to a sense of organized irresponsibility. So these kind of questions, I think, around capacity, about thinking through the limitations of these frameworks is what is missing right now, and it maybe ties back into the earlier question that you asked, Leah. About the role of the private sector and who is kind of framing this, right? So if it's being sold as responsible AI as this shiny thing where we don't have to think about implementation, then that's the kind of context that you get right now. And it kind of filters through into something even like procurement. So as part of our procurement policies, are we only looking at the qualifications of the vendor and thinking about what is the most cost-effective solution, or do we really understand that technology, right? So do we understand, for an example, that these technologies are going to be learning, and so the vendor's responsibility is not just a one-time provision of the technology, but all these vendors actually have the resources, the capacities to be able to actually provide that, to be able to monitor that, or is it just a kind of one-time handover? So all of these kind of systems, and that's the point that you started with, I think, Gaurav, right? That like it's being thought of as, but we need to kind of reframe how we use these technologies in the public sector and the systems that we need to design around it to.
No, thank you. I think Urvashi, you summed it up. I mean, again, in a nutshell, if you're looking at it, the intent would always remain to level of discrimination. We just want the government should. They will not say this. I think that is a requirement which needs to come. Again, I think the second point is more important on the. If you are looking at agriculture, you're looking at the agriculture's value chain, which is huge. Where are you trying to implement it? Maybe at the initial stage. But do you have an expert in agriculture who also understands machine learning? And you also have a decision maker who understands some part of how the system is working. So there's a component of explainable AI which is tremendously missing in terms of the compliance. So if you take the banking example, again, I'm still limiting my remarks, sorry, that people who are at least and the system understand what really conduit. Okay, I'll pass it on to Leah, and I think we will open the Pandora's box of OpenAI a little bit. Regulation, I believe so. If everybody has a high moral ground to do the best thing possible, OpenAI might be one of the solutions. And also because she's working in the digital public goods area, so I think maybe Leah, you wrap up these two questions together, and then I can open the floor for in the room and online participants to ask things. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Gaurav. And yes, I think in the last question, let's direct our attention quickly to the aspect of OpenAI as a means that is currently discussed to gear AI development more towards the social good and include, well, give more capacities to people to really work on AI solutions locally to address local problems. So basically AI. So I would like to know from Chennai as a starting speaker, which features you would think is required to be open for AI to be called a digital public good. So is it open training data, as you mentioned, for instance, the Common Voice project where language data is collected? Is it an open model? Should it be an open deployment of a model? So what would this entail? And what are the benefits at risk of making each of these components publicly available? Are there any specific aspects tied to OpenAI which need to be accounted for in order to really gear the OpenAI towards the public good and the attainment of the sustainable development goals?
So just to explain quickly what the Common Voice project is. So the Common Voice is Mozilla Foundation's work in, right now we've got about 100 languages, which include Kenya Rwanda, Rwandan language. That's actually the second biggest data set with over 2,000. And then we're currently working on building up the Kiswahili data set, and we've got use cases in agriculture and finance that have been supported with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, GIZ, and FCDO. So that project basically has been created to disrupt the voice dataset space, where currently most of the voice technology solutions that are out there do not recognize people who don't speak European or American English, and they're quite biased towards women, and the data sets are siloed. So our open data solution in that instance was, how about we create a platform where communities can up the data sets by themselves, localize the platform, and then CC0, so that means that anybody can make use of the data set whichever way that they want to. Because creating an open training data set, but also opening it up in static text being put on the platform that would be discriminatory. So that's the approach we took to thinking about OpenAI, ensuring that it's actually community owned. And all Mozilla does is, because of our ethos right from the beginning, support the maintenance of the platform through our product team and our programmatic work. So in terms of an area of focus, we started with there, but it's been a complex conversation when you think about open source, because at times, so in the work that you're doing, because we recognize particularly for startup innovations, they don't want to have everything open because it puts them in an economic disadvantage. And if we're saying that we want to support innovation, we also then have to think about what other aspects there can be open. So say for licensing that would be open source, and people make cases of which aspects of their work would, the kinds of data that they trained, they will be making making public and accessible aspects of their work in terms of how they engage with community. Because when we think ecosystem approach, it's just not the data, but it's being transparent in how you've done the work. In terms of the regulation aspect, a key thing that we've also been putting forward is like that community-led conversation of value, because we are asking people to contribute their voices and their sentences. How do they gain value back from the work? Open source, and because it's CC0, big tech companies can make use of the common voice data. But for us, it's a big question of, in thinking about open, what are the different models that we can take that do ensure that like shared public goods, so we can encourage people to contribute to the public good, those who do have the money and the resources, and then also work towards with the community what value aspects they think should be implemented to ensure that at the end of the day, you know, they can create a chatbot that's going to tell them, how do I cross the street in Addis, without always having to think about creating a chatbot that's going to tell them, how do I, you know, like plant things when they're not really planting things. So that value of like, what's the value at the end of the day of creating this open source data set. Thanks.
Thank you, Chennai. I think it's super interesting. I would like to pick around OpenAI and then open the floor to our participants. And in our conversation before the panel, you said that making data open, making an open approach to governance arrangements. Could you allude on that a bit more?
Preface my comments by saying that I agree with everything that has been said before. I think we need to just stretch a little bit further, and that's what stretch our thinking on this a little bit further, and that's what my remarks are intend. That's the motivation for saying this. So there's a lot of conversation about open data, open APIs, open systems. I mean, we see this even in the conversation around digital public infrastructure, right? And digital public goods, and in some sense, we seem to be defining digital public goods in terms of these attributes. And my concern there, or the point that I think we need to think a little bit more about, is that we seem to be defining public good in terms of a technical attribute, right? Which is the quality of openness of these systems. And to me, it's not the technical attribute that will make these open systems socially beneficial or not, but it is the governance structures that surround these technical architectures that will make these systems open or not, will make these systems socially beneficial or not. And I feel we're not paying enough attention to that governance conversation. So in some sense, the open conversation, to my mind, is a little bit of a distraction from that governance conversation, which needs to happen first, or at least simultaneously, because there is a danger of open systems, right? And I'll point out two things that can happen, which we already see. Open systems can fuel innovation. They can catalyze innovation. They can speed up innovation. But going back to the point that you were making, Leah, about slowness and the value of slowing down, open systems can take us in a different direction from that, right? Already, policy is playing catch up and it's become almost like, it's become like a truism, right? That like, oh, policy will always play catch up with technology. But the speed of innovation, the acceleration will become more with open systems, and policy will fall way behind. So there is a danger there. The other danger with open systems, and this is some startup ecosystems, but I want to frame it a little bit more broadly as well. So a lot of communities have fought very hard to push back against the open science movement. Then the most powerful actors are able to exploit them or appropriate them faster and better than other actors can, right? So knowledge systems get appropriated by more powerful actors. So within kind of pockets in other spaces, there's actually been a resistance to open science or resistance to too much openness, and have called for more kind of conditional kinds of openness, right? So it's not open for everyone at all times, but it's about open for a specific purpose, under specific conditions, for a particular end goal, with the gains going back to the community. So for that to happen, then you need the strong governance ecosystem, right? So that's the point that I wanted to make, that if we focus on the technological architectures alone, we might actually not be able to achieve that AI for social good that we're aiming for.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Obasi.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, I'm just looking at time again. I'm a little. We have 15 minutes to go. Now, yeah. I mean, see, the topic was foundationing, of how we are, and I think we have touched on a lot of foundational problems that the regulatory or the policy frameworks generally have. I would ask anyone from the room or also online to give some examples where I think this foundations have been touched upon, or where you think that you can actually bring in examples. And Global South is a big sort of area where people are aspiring to see some good examples from the Global South which can be followed up, So I think South Africa, Ethiopia, they say, oh wow, these people have done something. Let's try to follow. I think the Global South doesn't want to follow the examples. They really want some great examples which is localized, which they can sensitize with, I think. So anybody in the floor or present something which I can also learn also, please. Thank you. Okay, yeah, fine. No. Yeah. Sorry, please, sir.
No,
go
for
ahead.
nothing.
No, we have one speaker. Thank you.
Ethiopia, just colleague with my sister. As a person who has experience in technology, by the way, my background is I had been serving in Ethiopian Ministry of Science and Technology. So what my sister have all said, we had been experiencing it. To my understanding, I think regulations should include and what is wrong. It has also to include beliefs of the society brought here, the culture, the moral, as well intellectual property rights. If all among them are included in our regulations, I think we could have good regulation and inclusion. The youth, the women, they should be included in our policies, in our guidelines. Artificial intelligence, if these things are included within our regulations. That's what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Valid points. We have one more on the floor.
We wanted examples, but since you're entertaining questions and comments, right? What does the new regulatory institution look like when really regulatory institutions don't work even for non-AI stuff, right? There's regulatory capture, and who pays for also private systems, right? And however, I think much we imagine a different world, we are still living in a capitalistic auditors auditing systems that in the financial world have. And also, it's not just about the regulatory system. When my medical device fails, or of other mechanisms that reveal the problem of that technology and allows. So where does that lie, and how do we define those things?
Thank you so much. Yes, we have one more comment. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Njaga, society organizations that work on digital right. That's a risky technology for Africa. We don't have the technology resources, but we have the raw materials, the data. Millions of data from illiterate people are not yet protected on data protection. So I want to express two perspectives in regulating AI. We have to understand we will never have neither security nor privacy. Unfortunately, we are in powerful than legal framework we can build. So we have to know that technology has to be built from the ground up. So the way for Africa, that's a long-term perspective. But in the short term, we have economical problems. So in this perspective, it's more than necessary to conduct risk assessment and risk management of AI technology. It's more than necessary. But in order to do that, we have at least some human resources to do it. So in the short term, Africa needs to invest on human resources that can conduct this investigation on risk management and assessment. Thank you very much.
No, very valid points. We have two more speakers. Yes, please go ahead. We have 7 minutes, sure.
So hello, my name is Janaína. I'm from the Institute for Technology and Society of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And maybe just for making more positive note comment, I would like to make an example on how artificial intelligence is being used in Brazil, particularly in the judiciary, to make the judiciary more efficient. So we have, for example, like one called Victor, called Rafa. They're not substituting the judiciary service works, but complementing the work and making it efficient, cost efficient also. And I did share a study called The Future of AI in the Brazilian Judiciary, that's in English on the chat for this session. So if you'd like to know how art is being used in a very positive way with very positive results in Brazil, so it can be, thank you.
Thanks for positive commentary. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Computer scientist student, and I'm also a manager of Elevate, which is an IT company. So as we all know that AI is a really beneficiary thing to do in regards to implementing it. It has a lot of potential to make our world better, but it also has a lot of, it can also cause a lot of our society, right? So instead of just using AI to benefit a specific stakeholder or a specific government agency, why not use it to increase employability of humans? For example, we use my company uses AI-based management systems. So usually, the main goal of this management systems is to increase their profits as well as also increase their employability of different backgrounds people. So my question is, instead of using AI as a replacement, why not use AI to increase employability, and what are we doing in regards to this? Thank you.
I think it's an open question, but thank you for raising it. I think there is merit in looking at the side of AI and substituting the jobs with other jobs which AI might generate and should generate. And I'm very happy that on our panelists, I'll still ask Rosa to actually respond maybe a little bit to her, if you can, and then we'll try to wrap it up in next 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for all commenters, and it's a great question, especially very important question for us for the developing country. What we have been doing is just importing this technology from outside, and it was not helping us that much because this technology has been developed by their own data. So when we bring it here, it was not working perfectly, which means the performance is not good that as much as it's working there. So we have decided to start from the ground and develop this technology from here. And when we come up with this idea, we are not thinking to replace what we have or the people's task. What we have been focusing is on the main sectors: agriculture, health, finance, tourism, all these sectors. Where are the gaps? Where are the problems that this technology can fill? So we were not trying to replace. For example, for example, the example that I have mentioned before, for the health sectors, we can build this expert system and then distribute it to the different regions. So we can help many people from dying and also doing this transport, coming to United. And also on the tourism, we are currently working on, for example, for local translation. For example, when we travel from here in Ethiopia, we have like more than 92 languages, right? When we travel from one place to another place, it's very hard to communicate, right? That's one challenge that I have been faced personally. So what we are doing is to build a translation, speech-to-speech translation application, for example. So which means without any translator, we can easily communicate for any purpose that we are traveling to that country. So we are focusing to develop this technology as a solution for the problems, not to replace the tasks that people are doing, just to ease some difficult tasks and then to, just as a solution. That's what we have started on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Rosa. I just last 1 minute comments. Urvashi, I will start with you, and then Leah also, and then I will wrap up with our session. 1 minute each. Thank you.
No, Jenny, I think that's you, if I'm seeing correctly. I mean, like, your question is spot on, right? I think that's the big question. I think there is a need for an independent regulator for AI, specifically for AI. The question is, allow for that independence, and in the meantime, how do we build that kind of capacity? But I think your question is spot on.
Yes, I wanted to say the same. Very important question, and I think that's one of the when moving forward. And I would be really interested to also prolong this discussion beyond this panel to see what we can actually do. And if you have any input for us, please approach Gaurav on the ground or me, because we also going to write up the discussion that we had here in this session. Other than this, I don't want to comment anymore because I have so much things on my mind, but there's not enough time. So please go ahead on the ground with Chennai. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Over to you, Chennai. Thank you.
So recognizing the money and power dynamic, I really want to then focus on the point of it's important to see technology as complementary, as mentioned by the speakers who talked about increasing employability and also recognizing that we've been importing technologies. So it's really important, and particularly from us from an African context, to recognize that we've been innovating, we've been creating technology for the longest time. The challenge really has been with these AIs and new emerging technologies that we're being told what's important, but we do have an opportunity to shape the technology that we are going to build that responds to our solutions, as long as we see technology as complementary, not as the end-all and equalizer that we've often been told we should be doing, by making sure we jump onto all the industrial revolutions and we do it in the language that's recognized by the North, but not recognized by us in the global majority.
And thank you all. I think I would take 2 points to it. It's a regulation, you can talk about it. It still demands money. It's a slow process, and you need require resources to build regulation in a multi-stakeholder manner. So even that processes require money. I think the second aspect which I want to bring in is that foundationally the aspect of bringing, not treating Global South as petri dishes, as data abundance, that you can come and experiment and take data because we have less regulations, and treating it as an equal partner in actually building these regulations. And again, I think the contextualizing aspect and education, can you really,
That's a hard no. It rings a bell, but I'm trying to figure out which parallel is the obvious kind of something like that, but I'm going to try to find out. Ask on the I test or the ISV, probably the ARI method, IGIV. There's technical considerations for internet service blocking and filtering. That is 7754. It's by Barnes, Cooper, Kaufman, Taylor, Northman.
There you go. That's the one.
Yeah. IAB documentation.
Hey, I've read it recently because it is.
Well, that would be the one, I guess. It's a pretty distinguished author, but some must say.
That's kind of what the point I was trying to make directly in response to Joe's point about, I was just trying to say, like, it's better to have, to be transparent about the fact that your app is not confidential than to pretend like it's some halfway measure. Because that just confuses users. That's the whole thing with app.
Also Twitter, like a month ago, like, no, it's public, and you want it to be, that's fine.
You have to
Still
remind
going to be
you actually have to remind users all the time. Like, Twitter had all this, like, what's it called, speed bumping to remind you that, like, your DMs are not technically. This is the thing with Alpaca. It keeps trying to say, stop using it. Start saying private messaging. It's like, no, you can't change the terminology yet. I mean, it's users can't do it. Yeah, it's like, you have to have one. It's the same thing.
Recording in progress.
ገና ስልክ ሳልዘጋ እኮ ነው የምደርሰው ነገር።
ሊሆን ማለት ነው እንግሊዝኛ
አይደለም አብሰላ
I think we would be if we can get the Zoom up on the screen, and we're good. I think we're just
All right,
waiting
I'll
for.
wait for your indication then, and then turn my camera on.
Okay, okay.
All right, does that mean that we're ready?
Room. And yeah, I'm turning it over to you.
Fantastic. Thanks that we were able to be there in person. So today we're going to be speaking about infrastructure levels, and we've got a number of panelists. I'll allow each to introduce themselves as we begin to not take up too much time what we're talking about when we talk about the stack, because we're going to be using that term quite a bit throughout this conversation. Most users, policymakers are familiar with all of the social media platforms that we use, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. But of course, those services don't make commerce depend on a wide range of service providers. Infrastructure precisely today, because I think that this is still an open conversation for many of us. So I'm going to end the setting of the scene there and turn to my panelists. Today we have Corinne McSherry, Emma Lanzo, Agustina Del Campo, and in the room you have Mallory Knodel with you. So let me just kick off. When we talk about infrastructure interventions, since that's what this panel is about, what exactly are we talking about? Whoever would like to take this, I think Corinne perhaps?
Jillian, you are cruel.
I know, it's very early where you are. I'm sorry. Should I can turn that one to someone else if you want to get warmed up.
No, it's okay. But I'll just give you an example of what we're talking about, because it's a sample of why we worry about it. Infrastructure level interventions can include everything from internet shutdowns, which is a pretty dramatic example. But one of the things that we've seen the most is interventions that, at least at EFF, we think of as financial censorship type interventions. And these are interventions where payment processors, either on their own or under pressure from governments or even private parties, will stop processing payments for a particular organization. And that can be sort of mission critical, depending on what the organization is. If you're a nonprofit and you depend entirely on donations, if your payments aren't getting processed, that's it. You cannot exist anymore, and it's very difficult for you. And at my organization, we started paying attention to this, I think, even 11 years ago. This is not a new phenomenon; it's just an accelerating one. But we started paying particular attention to it when Visa and MasterCard stopped processing payments for WikiLeaks under pressure from the United States government, as well as some private parties. And this was in response to some of the work that WikiLeaks was doing, and that, particularly the US government wasn't happy about, still isn't happy about. But one of the ways of pressuring them was to say, well, okay, you can't get funding anymore, and therefore really you can't exist anymore. And that's a sort of basic kind of intervention that we've seen more and more, and I think at this point kind of accelerating around the world.
Okay, let me follow that up with another question. Any of you are welcome to take this. Just feel free to jump in. So we've got examples like WikiLeaks historically, and then we've also got a lot of examples around this that concern what many of us would think of as problematic actors, and yet at the same time, there's all over the world who are affected by this. So give us a little bit more. Why should we be concerned about these content-based interventions beyond?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in there. My name is Emma Alonso. I'm the director of the Free Expression Project at the Center for Democracy and Technology. I'm based in Washington, D.C., and wish I could be with you all there at IGF in person. So I think there are a lot of different, as Corinne was saying, there are a lot of different kinds of intermediaries and technical infrastructure that might get invoked in doing content blocking. One thing that we have seen experimented with and pursued in different countries around the world, including in the US back in the mid-2000s, is IP address blocking or trying to leverage the domain name system to block access to websites. So this is an idea of, rather than going to the person who has created a website that might have illegal material on it, trying to go to other technical support that they absolutely depend on, whatever domain name provider issues their domain name, whatever ISP assigns their IP address, and telling those intermediaries who really don't have that connection to the content, who don't know kind of either where it came from necessarily or have any context behind what may make it illegal or what may make it actually lawful and misunderstood in some context. These intermediaries can really be a lot more sort of arm's length from the actual content at issue, and they often don't really have that many incentives to fight for the content. There is an overbroad request or a request that's really going beyond the boundaries for intermediaries throughout the stack to just say, look, this content is causing us trouble, it's problematic, we don't really know how to block it, we're just going to interfere with people's access to it so that the people telling us that it's a problem, they stop bothering us about it. Often any individual post or website really doesn't matter, suffer any negative business impacts, and on the other side, they face potentially significant reputational risks for trying to keep content online. One example I can give actually from the United States, 2005, before my time at the organization, when one of the states in the United States passed a law blocking orders and domain name blocking orders to ISPs. And it was framed of online child safety and reducing and removing child sexual abuse imagery from the procedure, and the law was laudable and very understandable, but the technique that they were trying to use was incredibly overbroad. And so in the court case of CDT versus Papert, we demonstrated that the kind of blocking that was allegedly, websites that were hosting alleged child sexual abuse imagery, but were also taking down everything from, or the websites of small businesses like dentist's office. There were the way that it was a technique that was very difficult to tailor to one particular web. So that's just one illustration of how some of these technical intervention measures can really be impact on kind of other speech that gets swept up in these approaches can be pretty.
A lot about the technique here. Are there other examples that anyone else would like to bring up? Otherwise, I've got more questions for you. Feel free.
Hi, everyone. Agustina del Campo here. I direct the Center for Studies on Freedom of Expression. We're a regional center based Universidad de Palermo in Buenos Aires. So good to be here and to be able to share with you this space. So I think there's a lot of examples, and we can spend the entire day here just mentioning different examples from around the world. I wanted to highlight was an issue that comes up in many from the Latin American region, which is a lot of the times these measures are, and because of where we intervene in the infrastructure stuff, a lot of examples, particularly when we think about payment processors that only impact within the jurisdictions of a country or of a specific fact outside of that jurisdiction. And this is particularly relevant when we think about interventions that may be mandated by courts or by different national authorities of different countries. A lot of times we have these These decisions that are usually preliminary decisions before there's a decision on the final outcome of any case, and they are taken to prevent damages, and many times without realizing within that the impact of the individual case and the individual measure adopted for the individual case will have far-reaching, very much beyond the borders of the municipality or the city or the province being taken. And the example that I can cite to you is decisions regarding Uber of mandates to block payment processors linked to the company, and was where there was a contention about the legality of the functioning of it. Different courts in different places around the region ordered payment processors to stop processing payments for these companies. So at the end of the day, credit cards from certain countries cannot be used for these companies, even outside
with a lot of collateral. Collateral effects, both in terms of jurisdiction and in terms of unintended consequences. Is there anything, or what can speakers or users do if they find themselves on the wrong side of a content intervention on one of these or with one of these companies or platforms? Are there any appeals processes available, or is it, what else can you tell me there?
Yeah, I think I can speak to that, because I think that's exactly the problem, is that very often some of the people who are affected, they don't have an option. They may not have a relationship to the company that's doing the intervening at all. That's one problem. Also, depending on the service, the service in question may have very little reason or motivation to be careful, or even to have an appeals process. Another thing that can happen, which is why we worry about these things, is that sometimes content may disappear from the internet, and users won't know that it's not there. You may not know what you don't know. You may not realize that something's been taken down and it's no longer available, because there isn't necessarily a notice left behind to tell you, like, there used to be a website here and now there is not, and it had X content. So it's sort of, I think we were talking a little bit about how they can often be overbroad, these kinds of interventions. And it's also that very often there isn't any obvious appeals process. So maybe you can appeal by making noise on social media, and maybe a company will pay attention to you depending on whether you have power. But if you don't have power and you don't have access to a sort of broad influence of some other kind, you don't have a ton of options as a speaker, as a user, as an audience, as a person who wants to access content, to be influential, much less as a speaker, but also as someone who might be interested in being an audience for speech. And so this is the reason why it's very worrisome. One other thing I wanted to flag is that we're using the term content intervention, and that's deliberate. At the platform level, we talk a lot about content moderation, and usually what we're referring to there is that platforms, they're not very good at moderating often either, and make a lot of mistakes. But they have relatively or comparatively precise tools for targeting particular speech. Sometimes the largest ones have appeals mechanisms. They're janky, they're inadequate, but but at other levels of the stack, it's not really moderation. Have appeals processes. They just sort of intervene, and it's an on-off switch, which can make it very, very that they make much more significant. And I should have said, by the way, my name's Corinne McSherry, and I'm with the Electronic Frontier Foundation.
Thank you, Corinne. No, that's an excellent point as well. And I do want to come back to something that I think Emma had mentioned, but I think we should come into all of this, because I know when we're talking about content moderation, we've seen a lot of troubling interventions, content moderation platforms, so social media more or less. We've seen a lot of troubling interventions in the past few years, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot more. But where do states stand, and what can we do there?
So I'm happy to chime in, but I wasn't sure if Agustina had wanted to come in on another point.
Oh, sorry. If I missed a hand, I apologize.
It was
no, don't worry. Thanks, Emma. Yeah, it was very subtle. No, I just wanted to dig a little further on the notice thing that Corinne was mentioning, because a lot of the thinking around content intervention in this other companies is usually thought of as like the problems that we see can usually be seen as easy to resolve, but they most often are not that easy to resolve. It's not a question of setting up an appeals process or setting up mandating a notice. And related to what you were mentioning just now, many times what we've seen are state per se, where the state mandates that there not be a notice. When we think about content moderation on any part, that intervention to other pieces of pages, entire sites just disappear, and you don't know what you don't know. What you don't know is there in any other alternative way. So to resolve. And the second point is a lot of times you don't know, and there can be a lot of confusion. One example that I've been sort of thinking about lately a lot is there's a Colombian constitutional case that is being argued before the Colombian Constitutional Court, that deals with access to information. They're basically asking the technology authority of the country to be clear, investigate, and provide information as to who were the companies involved, what happened, what was the role of the state in content disappearing. These were parallel to the Palestinian protests that the Oversight Board, content moderation being done in Instagram. You had problems of telcos and signal, you had downs, and there were a number of allegations related on different points. So you have a number of different companies involved in this. Is precisely, you should be able to investigate and tell us what, bottom line, there were allegations of censorship, but people didn't know where to point them at. Example of how in one given situation, it can be really hard to see on or who is intervening when you have a number of different actors that you internet experience.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, yeah, I come in on that, and also the question that you'd asked about kind of the role of the law, and there are, when we think about what might happen between a user posting and any one of them might be intervening in some way, and you know, frankly, no one's doing it great, even if we're thinking. So you end up in a situation where it can be a big mess, and as Augustine is pointing out, really difficult to understand action against speech that is in violation of your rights, or for doing some kind of investigation or monitoring of you. This is part of where we are often pushing for and trying to have more clarity on what's going to be really crucial to ultimately, you know, not just kind of figuring out what's going on in the minute, but our legislatures should try to clarify what is and isn't acceptable for different kinds of. And another just thought on this whole question of, you know, trying to understand this come from all of the debates that have happened worldwide around net neutrality in particular, and SPs in particular ever be allowed to do content blocking or filtering or to notice. If you're going to a website or a social media service and you're trying to load a video, you know, tests that were happening last night, or here's a video of my really cute cat and the video is not loading, you don't necessarily know, is that because the website isn't working, or is it because deeper into the stack your ISP or your access provider has decided that's too much data to transmit over the network right now, or we're not sure about the copyright behind that video, and so we're just going to make sure that it kind of never loads for you. But it also interferes with people understanding just what's happening to them online, but also trying to advocate for things like to engage in that kind of selective delivery of content. And I think copy access providers have been a big source of a lot of some of the kind of legal proposals, at least. About, I guess, 10 years ago, we had the big fight around the SOPA-PIPA laws, name system in the service of controlling access to infringing. An enormous debate in the US and really got attention from around the world because it was just squarely interests in the copyright industry wanting to find ways to ensure that their rights and their created potential security issues and vulnerabilities, created significant privatizing this mechanism of using the domain name system as a way to decide that but entire domains could be kind of yanked from circulation, you know, through illegal, ultimately defeated. But we've also seen things like, again, this was about 10 years ago, the government was looking at a way to basically give people notices and using their internet access, you know, at home or at school or at a business to engage in copyright laws around kind of requiring internet service providers to by default filter by and large, and not kind of alleging that the information is per se illegal for end access, but on grounds of concerns about child protection, wanting to have the default be that people cannot call their ISP to say, please unblock these websites so that I can access them. That has some pretty obvious potential chilling the access to the pornography, but it's another example of how some different regulators and legislators are looking at how can they leverage different parts of the stack, especially this concept of network level filtering for the people kind of at the endpoints who are actually putting that content online, and who could be more directly.
Next question was going to be about, the key design principles of the open internet, but since you mentioned those, so let me turn it over to you, Corinne, if you've got something there that you'd like to add.
Yeah, so I just, the blocking will often be overbroad. We've talked a little bit about is that, let's say you had all the notice in the world. Do you have a choice? Do you have any, and depending on the kind of service that you're talking about, it may be that, and this is why net neutrality is often a very compelling argument for many people, is because in many places around the world, if your service provider, if your ISP chooses to block X, Y, and Z site, or chooses to intervene based on content, you can't vote with your feet, as we say. You can't, and so I think that's an important part of this, is for most users, there's not a lot you can do about it, other than maybe try to make noise or as content, which most people are probably not going to do. Or there might be a situation where, we've got sort of Amazon users in a lot of, because of their particular interpretation of US sanctation. And so AWS is cutting off many Iranian users. Well, they don't, but there's a competition problem here, because are some companies that are tremendously influential, and for many users, they may not be in a position where they can sort of be able to, or so again, it's not just notice, it's also like, what can you do about it beyond the platform? Your options may be quite limited.
Has the pandemic exacerbated any of this, do you think? Are there examples specifically from the past few years that we should be considering?
Well, one that I think about is education and for video services, and I think that there's a way in which these kinds of things, but it's also true that some of them, are more or less where this is also based on, I think, a flawed interpretation from private parties, and so as a result of that, as a practical matter, it means that, again, I think that Zoom would think of itself as more of a platform than as something that's in the stack. But on a conferencing service, that feels pretty critical, at least what kinds of speech they're going to allow via their service. I mean, to be on this conference call, I think we would think that was pretty problematic and unacceptable. And to me, in the pandemic, the choices that that Zoom makes, for example, about what content it's going to host or not, is essentially the same thing.
Thank you. No, that's really helpful. And it sounds like a lot of this
possible are identifying content moderation mistakes. Organizations can be monitoring this in public-facing intermediaries. It's quite hard when those platforms are disappears from your tribe. What if you're there and you're alone facing or sort of, yeah. To face the intermediary or the state that is behind the intermediary, because let's be honest, this happens a lot.
No, thank you for that. I mean, you've all made a very compelling case here, and I'm recognizing that we're getting close to the 20-minute marker, and we've got a couple of things to share. But I do want to ask one final question before we share something. What are your recommendations?
Significant risks and concerns, and there are very many, but I do think we have to acknowledge that, and as I think a couple of people have posted in the chat already, making at least ad hoc decisions or case-by-case decisions, and intervening in different ways, and kind of taking action. The elephant in the room, I think, is Cloudflare, and all the recent actions that they've taken against kiwi farms, the just really horrible website that was filled with a lot of really virulently anti-trans and other hateful material. It was the focus of an enormous campaign from a lot of activists kind of around the world to say that, you know, this website is so incredibly toxic, it shouldn't be available to anyone anywhere on the web, and Cloudflare should intervene based on norms. So, you know, Cloudflare took action there, and I think there's, you know, you can understand why a service like that would also intervene in their own sort of leeway to make these decisions and to develop things that are effectively content policies or line, and or just something that they don't want to associate their company with. When that happens, I kind of the recommendations around transparency and like prior notice to users. There's a big risk in any kind of content moderation, let alone the infrastructure content kind of system or that kind of policy for any company is really vulnerable to abuse. It's vulnerable to being really kind of leveraged by government actors or told or consistent or predictable to users who maybe are trying to decide what kind of company throughout the stack that is thinking about taking interventions against content to actually, before doing so or before those moments of crisis where they're facing some really strong pressure from a government or a really vocal and passionate advocacy campaign from people, to have thought through the kind of the lines that something, you know, a site or service might cross, articulate them. When the time comes, it's not a kind of rushed and ad hoc decision, but that there's actually some just taking action against some websites or some content and that the ratchet of censorship only ever turns in one direction, and that those same intermediaries, again, for all the reasons we described, would probably end up having really significant impacts.
Absolutely. So consistency is key. And I think, you know, from my observation, we've certainly seen more trans examples than we have around some of the other examples from elsewhere in the world. Augustina, Corinne, is there anything you'd like to add there? Otherwise, but final thoughts from all three of you, really.
Jillian, could I come in on this question about you? So yeah, I've been largely quiet. I think you've all made a really good case for why this is so important. But I think in terms of what matters a lot is even after the decision, which I think is where a lot of your the panel focuses on. I think there are good ways to do this because I think one of the things we want to avoid is like the collateral damage to the internet or to situations outside the current jurisdiction that, you know, aren't actually part of the RFC. This is an IETF document, and so on, that is focused around like technical considerations for actually how to do it. So, you know, all down through the network in a very helpful but pretty densely technical. Actually just try to help companies understand, like, okay, you've decided you're going to block something. Here's the best way and the least. Perhaps if it were there was a bridging document or some kind of translation effort, technical document that could also help governments make the right decision when you know, create a situation in which companies are forced to overblock, you know, should be brought into the discussion. Because whether or not we agree again with the decision making around if something should, or malware or things that companies are definitely blocking and we want them to continue blocking, which I would agree with, but nonetheless that could be potentially in the chat as well. So yeah, for people in the room who don't have the chat link, it's RFC 7750.
I appreciate it. I apologize for missing your hand there. Are there any quick closing thoughts from? Okay, excellent. Well, there will be time for closing thoughts. Oh, sorry, did you have a hand? I apologize. Closing thoughts. thoughts at the end of the Q&A. So what has this been leading up to? Well, we do have something to share with you today, and that is a website, a civil society statement. I'm dropping it in the chat now. That a number of us have worked on over the past year, including a number of others who could not be here with us today, either in person or virtually, but whose contribution.
Putting that pressure on people to take down content. So just to flesh out a little bit more what we're doing for the Q&A, because I totally would love to talk to the audience.
Not at all. Thank you very much for elaborating further on that. You can't get to the link from there. Do we have any questions in chat as well?
Yep, there's a question out here. Go ahead.
Story. I think it was 2 months ago or something, and shop in Japan, and Mastercard they start not accepting it that Mastercard think they are selling child manga or anime are often misinterpreted as child pornography, which is not. As already many panelists noticed, when religious ethical, or I might say Western-centric, the form of content moderation is really a big problem. And also blocking or circumvention of payment regulation. Remember that cryptocurrency is originally developed like CJDNS or other stuff. So more amount of people only use them is because they are inconvenient. Technologies will be very developed and easy to operate. You can do that, but maybe will flourish. Thank you very much.
I think EFF just recently became aware of that case, and I believe my recollection is that it's users that are potentially making these demands upon Japanese. On the broader comment here.
Just to chime in and say a particular example, but unfortunately it doesn't surprise me. We've seen a lot of this under the banner of calling it child pornography or saying that it's sex trafficking, and we've seen that kind of target US and in other jurisdictions around the world. So it's also, I think, a really important, a campaign like Protect the Stack, we need to realize that they are facing some of the same intermediaries, like a MasterCard or a Visa, are facing pressures from so many different jurisdictions all at once, and that we also need to be really kind of coordinated as civil society to even understand what are all of these different campaigns or pressures or things, because
Oh, and sorry, one more addition to that. If so, what form would that take, and how would the multi-stakeholder community get involved?
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in on this one. And Izan, I think that's a really important question, and one that is really good to discuss. It's something like collectively, I think it was over a dozen different DNS providers, kind of talking through what their policies and practices and sort of standards are, and when they might intervene and when they don't. And my understanding was that that was developed as a like industry or DNS service only conversation. I don't actually know how much consultation there was, but it wasn't the kind of like broadly public, multi-stakeholder, totally out in the open kind of conversation that I think you're sort of alluding to in your comment. And this is not necessarily a critique of that framework, but just to note that I think it reflects that segment of the infrastructure community realized that they themselves needed and wanted some guidelines and some structures and some policies to follow, and so they went and they made some for themselves, and that's really understandable. But I agree with Izan's question that if these kinds of standards are going to be developed, having them done in a multi-stakeholder fashion where we can actually really think through all of these different kinds of examples, all of the different scenarios and situations that are happening in so many different parts of the world, what kinds of pressures are more relevant to different parts of infrastructure providers. Is it social pressure? Is it financial pressure from, say, advertisers that don't want you to process their payments if you're also processing payments for this other website? Is it government pressure primarily? Though getting all of that content best achieved through an open multi-stakeholder process.
So it is sort of why it's particularly difficult is that, really if you want civil society, you've got to figure out how to make that participation meaningful and influential, and how are you going to pay level. One of the things that we've seen is that, and one of the reasons that I'm very excited about the Protect the Stack statement is because it's signed on to by so many international groups, so people outside of the United States, outside of the EU, sort of the majority world countries, civil society from those representatives from those regions, because they experience these kinds of interventions differently. And so really a full multi-stakeholder process involves getting a lot of different kinds of voices. And as we all know, or as many of us know, getting that kind of civil society participation isn't easy because people are busy and they can't afford it, or they don't have the resources necessarily to participate in endless, or what feels like endless multi-stakeholder processes. ICANN in particular can be very, very challenging for civil society to engage with. So I think part of what we need is like a real commitment to having one where like civil society can genuinely be influential, so we don't feel like it's what would be to push to just don't do those interventions, as opposed to trying to have a frame and the difficulty of having that kind of multi-stakeholder communication.
We have a question in the room, and then I also want to put my, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Raul Plummer with Electronic Front. They started interesting me the Japanese case of the fiction. When should MasterCard ban or stop if there are many countries that are finding it illegal? And there's a good list of the point that MasterCard can do this, where it is okay to do so.
Get us started. I think that, you know, if a company is in a position where it's difficult to do something other than obey the order from a court, but I think the particular concern that I have anyway is not so much when they're doing it in response to an actual order. I mean, that has its own problems, but at least hopefully there's a court overseeing something. It's when companies are taking these steps, sort of more subtle pressure. I think at a minimum, the fireman to intervene as opposed to doing so voluntarily. Like that seems to me to be, so yours appears to be lawful content.
And I'll just chime in with to point folks to one jurisdiction network has tackled a version of this question in trying to look at sort of actions against content that have cross-border implications and trying to identify, you know, are there areas where there's enough sort of what kind of content is illegal and or should be prohibited. And I can say from having areas where there really feels like there's global consensus that such few areas, but I think what we're seeing here in this question of or there are areas where there's less consensus, for example, around illustrations that don't actually. This question is difficult enough when we're talking about it at the content moderation and sort of application layer of when forbidden worldwide. And I think that ability to find that considering the potential impacts of those decisions have potentially even broader ramifications. So I think it's a very difficult line to try to.
Thank you, Emma. And Mallory, I know that you had a question as well. I'm also aware of time, but you're in the room, so you can let us know.
Similar to the previous question, which is, you know, do you feel like there needs to be more of a line user-generated content versus the kinds of interventions where it's a DNS abuse framework? Is that those are contracts. I mean, you have a contract, not have that contract anymore. And then there, you know, and also it goes for like advertising versus user-generated posts, or where there's a contract, there is some legal arrangement. And I do feel like there definitely agree your framework makes sense for the latter case.
I think I think your question of scale from a freedom of expression point of view, what a lot of times assessors or other companies that are higher in the stack are doing is basically blocking content based on a prior judgment that content doesn't conform to a certain rule. And if we look at it from a contractual perspective, content, basically, and you should be looking for illegal content only and not necessarily this category of harmful but legal kinds of categories, which are really a lot of the companies taking the initiative to do this thing. It's content that it's harmful, but it's presumably legal content that they are taking down. And the question from a freedom of expression point of view is who's better suited to make that judgment, and who's better suited to offer a proportional and necessary response to reparation, response, sanction.
Good morning, good morning. Can you hear me well?
Good morning. We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
You cannot see me, which is... I
Now,
think
now
you
we can see you. Hi, Luca.
Excellent. Perfect. Hello, good morning. Now let's check if everyone is here and also if we already have live stream available. If we have already live stream available, can I kindly ask the technical assistants to share the link, the YouTube link, so that we can have it for our colleagues? Then I propose to start with in a couple of minutes, when we will have everyone here. See several participants here, but not everyone online. And I know that some of them are on site, but I'm not sure if how many people are on site. So I would suggest we wait a couple of minutes for everyone to join. See some people on site. I see Marit and Thomas. Can you tell me if there is anyone else, any other speaker on site?
Not that we can see.
Thomas on site. I have seen already that there is Mariana Sarmiento and Lina Duque, Lina Duque del Vecchio, that is already online. Perfect. Let me just quickly check. I don't see KS Park connected yet, nor Angela Daly, nor Sabello. So I suggest we wait a couple of minutes until they join, so that we have a proper start. So if we can maybe wait just only 2 extra minutes, give them time to join. I see Angela now is connected. Excellent. Let's see if I know that I'm hearing that Sabello is having some problems to connect, but as he is the last speaker, I hope we will be able to manage this soon. Let me just send an email to KS to be sure he can connect. All right, as we already have 5 minutes of delay, I think almost everyone is here. I see Sabelo also managed to join. Excellent. We are only missing Kay. I'm hearing a bizarre echo. I hope we can now check the sound. Yes, perfect. Now, so I'm not hearing my voice twice anymore. Excellent. I see everyone is here. We are only missing KS Park, but I'm sure he will be able to join in the next couple of minutes. So good morning to everyone, and let me welcome all the participants, speakers, everyone, both online and on site. We still have this very peculiar hybrid format, which is actually really hybrid for the first time, because I'm seeing that there is quite a good number of participants on site, and we have also a good number of participants online. My name is Luca Belli. I'm professor here at FGV Law School in Rio de Janeiro, where I direct the Center for Technology and Society at FGV. And I also the pleasure and honor to be the coordinator of this dynamic coalition on network neutrality that was actually funded precisely 10 years ago by a group of supporters of internet openness. And we have some of them with us also today. I would like to really welcome with great pleasure and great friendship the very stellar panelists we have today. We will start with Commissioner Lina Maria Duque del Vecchio, who is Commissioner at the Colombian Communications Regulator, CRC. Then we will, unfortunately, we will not be able to have Ms. Carlota Arenas Fontana from the European Commission, because she had another commitment that she could not cancel. But we are very happy to have Ms. Mari Parlo Reita, who is the Senior Regulatory Director of Regulatory Affairs at ETNO. We have also our good friend Thomas Lerninger, who is Director at Epicenter Works. We will be joined, hopefully, in a few minutes by Kyung Sing Park, KS Park, who is Professor at the University of Korea and Director of OpenNet Korea. We have just been joined by Professor Angela Daly, who is Professor at the University of Dundee and also a visiting professor here at FGV Law School. And last but of course not least, we have Sabelo Malambi, who is a founder of Bala, an African startup, but also a researcher at the Berkman Klein Center at Harvard. So we have a very interesting panel composition. Today we will speak about many different issues, all related, of course, to internet openness. And as you might have understood from the very title of this session, dedicated to the internet openness formula, interoperability, device neutrality, and net neutrality, we have really strived to organize a session that may be as multifaceted as possible. So as many of the people that have been following our work over the past decade know, this dynamic coalition of the IGF is a multi-stakeholder group that has been discussing net neutrality and internet openness for 10 years, literally. And we have been promoting net neutrality as a fundamental principle to preserve internet openness. But we also acknowledge that internet openness is not synonym of net neutrality. Net neutrality is a fundamental component of internet openness, but the internet openness formula indeed is much more complex, and it requires also thinking about interoperability, thinking about device neutrality, and we will explore these three different dimensions today with our panelists to understand how the role that internet openness plays in promoting not only human rights and the full enjoyment of fundamental rights of internet users, but also competition, equality of opportunity, and permissionless innovation, safeguarding the very same generative and peer-to-peer nature of the internet, which is what has made the internet so rich and so useful over the past decades. We will start by exploring net neutrality issues in different geographical areas, although we acknowledge, as I was mentioning, that internet openness is much more complex than only focusing on net neutrality. Net neutrality debates have been occupying policy circles in various geographical areas. We have seen that there has been very recent attention and strong, I would say, also attention in Brussels and at the European level about the proposal to introduce a fair share model based on the sender party networks pay model that has been strongly debated over the past years, and we will hear more about this from Marit and from Thomas. We have also seen that this very same discussion played out in South Korea over the past couple of years, and we will hear about this from KS. And also we have seen that there has been very recent developments, both in terms of studies conducted by the regulator and also jurisprudence at the Colombian level. So also Latin America is a region where net neutrality and internet openness keep on being uppermost in the agenda of policy makers and various stakeholders. Without further ado, I would also only like to mention that my colleague at the FGV Law School, she just joined, Smriti Parshira. So I will co-moderate with this session with my colleague, Professor Smriti Parshira, that was in another session that started with a little bit of delay, but fortunately she managed to join now. Before we start with the keynote remarks of Commissioner Lina Maria Duque del Vecchio, I would only like to ask to the technical assistants to please mute by default all online participants and do not allow them to share things unless the technical assistants permit it, because we have had last year several examples of Zoom bombing that I would really like not to see again in this session at the IGF in general, because it is very easy to prevent this with default Zoom options, not allowing participants to speak or share unless they are allowed. If you want, you can make me co-host so that I can do it myself, but please let's try to adopt this very basic cybersecurity measure so that the entire session will evolve in smoothly and in the best and most convivial way possible. So without further ado, first I would like to, of course, welcome my colleague Smriti that has just joined, and then I will give the floor to Commissioner Lina Maria Duque del Vecchio for her keynote remarks on the situation of net neutrality and internet openness in Colombia. Please, Lina Maria, the floor is yours. It's a great pleasure to have you with us today.
Thank you so much, Luca, for your introduction and for allowing us to participate here. It's a pleasure being here. Good morning, everyone. As you already said, my name is Lina Maria Duque. I work with the Regulatory Communications Commission of Colombia. I am the commissioner there, and it's a great pleasure, as I already said, to be here and to share with you the results of this study that we just held about net neutrality in Colombia. This study, we finished it just last year, 2021, and I hope you are seeing my presentation. I'm sorry that I have to share it in this size because I don't have the chance to make a wide presentation. Okay, so this study that we developed has a starting point. In 2011, Colombia established the legal framework to define the rules about net neutrality in Colombia and how we identify this definition in our legal system. This legal frame established that it couldn't be any kind of blocking, interfering, discrimination, or restriction of the right of the users to access to content and applications on the internet. Obviously, as long those applications and content are legal. It also defines that providers cannot be doing any kind of arbitrary actions to discriminate on content or applications based exclusively on the origin or ownership of those applications. Based on these provisions, the CRC has the goal to establish the regulatory conditions related to network neutrality, and we build it based on the few principles that are really, really important: free of choice, non-discrimination, transparency, and a duty of information. In 2020, because of the network pressures generated during the isolation due to the pandemic, it was established that the network communications providers and internet access providers may implement some kind of traffic management measures, but always that have to be applying principles of non-discrimination. This is like the framework, the legal framework that we have and the regulatory framework that we have. In the study, we also made an approach of the international situation regarding regulatory definitions and decisions about this net neutrality. This is how we identified a wide range of positions. As Luke already said, we have different kind of approximations of this situation, and legislation has a wide range of really, really extreme situations. We have cases like Australia, Japan, and New Zealand, in where the obligations are only confined to the duty of transparency by the service providers regarding the traffic management practices and how they apply it to the networks, but they don't have any specific legislation or regulation in this regard. On the other hand, we have cases like the European Union, where we find the prohibition of zero rating offers and the guidance that they are addressed to the national authorities to be monitoring and ensuring compliance with rules to safeguard and equal non-discriminatory treatment in internet traffic services. And we also find this case of South Korea that was already mentioned, that is really interesting, in which we have to be focused and be following if it's going to be or not a charge or an obligation to remuneration of the networks by the content generators. With these things in mind and what was happening around the world, we analyzed Colombia's situation and how we were working and how we were dealing with this internet net neutrality situation. As I already mentioned, our regulation has been established in our principles of free of choice, non-discrimination, transparency, and information. And the law establishes that the internet service provider can offer plans according to the market and the user needs, according also with their consumption profiles. So under this context, the CRC, and taking into account the situation of the market, the study could identify that we have almost 39 postpaid offers, 22 packages that with use of applications such the most common applications like Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, Snapchat, and so on. And and the other kind of access to the service, that is the prepaid plans. We have 136 plans identified with 76 packages included applications in an additional capacity or unlimited use for the users and the consumers. It is especially important for us to highlight that this diversity of offers between different operations can let us understood how the market was working and how the different operations give offers to the market depending on the opportunity, the pertinence, and the user's decisions. So the users are making some kind of pressures, making the operators to have more and bigger offers. Especially regarding to zero rating practices, in Colombia we have those kind of practices, and we can say that they have become a quite common type among the different operators in Colombia, since the users are requesting them. This in the next slide, I would like to tell you that this study also has an open consultation. We couldn't only see how the market was behaving around papers, but we needed to consult different kind of stakeholders such as users, applications providers, internet service providers, academia, and among other parties. They had the chance to participate and express their comments on the regulation that is already established in Colombia and how they feel around this, and if they can really use and be part of the decisions of having access to internet. From the results that we obtained from these consultations, we could observe that the regulation that is focused on principles that I already mentioned it has been sufficient to address technological and market changes, and the development has been occurring around the telecommunication market. That's why we didn't find any kind of need to have any regulation change, but obviously we have to keep this in a permanent we have to monitor the situation of this market all the time. In the next slide, I can show you how month to month it's been changing the use of different applications between the users. This is important because we could identify that the market has the ability to change, and we find multiple offers of plans as a response of the use of the needs of the users and the market movements. We have all the time inclusion and exclusion of applications with the data packages offers that depends on the needs of who? The users. They are the ones that are telling all the time to the operators what they want to use and why they want to use it. This graph is showing how month to month this variation works in the last 2 years, and even we can find that we have applications that have been maintained over the time. There are others that have been changing, going in and going out, depending on the popularity that they have between the users, among the users. In the next slide, we show you as well how the evolution of the consumption of internet offers and application in Colombia has been working. And the net neutrality study that I'm talking about, we also quote an additional analysis that we made about the OTT consumption of habits in Colombia. That includes the behavior of people that has smartphones between 2019 and 2021. What we found there that the users use mobile services for applications, and has a little change from 74% to 78%. The consumption of OTT audiovisual services went from 32% to 36%, and the application messaging services went from 77 to 78%. So this is a variation because of the use that the consumers have been making of these applications. And with this evidence in mind and the preferences of the applications, we could find that the offers that we have in our market are changing because of the user's needs. So the CRC has this kind of and we have this study that you can have a look of it. I don't think we have it in English, but we can do something about it. And we also have another situation that we ask for, because it's not only that we have the law and that we have the regulation. We also went to the enforcement and control entities in Colombia to find out if they have any kind of investigations about this matter. And they officially told us that they don't really have any kind of investigations about this matter. So this give us an additional evidence about how is the legal framework and the regulatory framework working. And that's why we didn't find any kind of evidence to change the regulatory framework in this moment in Colombia. We finally, as I already said, this study that we made allows to identify that in the rules that we have in Colombia that allows zero rating offers has given more alternatives to users of different kind of income levels. In any case, this is a topic that is in a permanent discussion from the perspective of innovation and market trends. And we are always seeking to promote access to the internet and content by the Colombian market consumers. We also wanted to tell you that actually in this moment, currently, we have a legal debate in our constitutional court about the zero rating offers in our country. We don't have any kind of conclusions right now about the trial that we are having here, but we really think that it's important that policymakers have in mind that it's crucial to maintain a balance between extreme decisions. Protecting the users, of course, they have to have the right of freedom of choice, but not necessarily going to prohibitions. The situation maybe could make to be losing any kind of benefits from these users. We believe that the ideal point is one in the middle, where when free market has the possibility of defining how the offers can be given to the users and can be suitable for different market segments, and how and this has to make some kind of development of the market, always focusing on the users and this freedom of choice of the users. This is our study, and I hope you can read it. And if you have further questions, obviously we can be there for you and ask everything that you need. Thank you so much for your time and for the opportunity.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Commissioner Lina, for giving us that overview of the experience in Colombia. And it's really interesting to see how, the study is so evidence-based and based on so much data and information. We also note that you said that the zero rating topic still remains open, unlike in a lot of other jurisdictions where countries have taken, a stronger stance or a more lenient stance on it already. So with that, let me invite Thomas Loninger, who is the director of Epicenter Works, to come in and give his comments on both anything that has been said so far by Commissioner Lina, as well as perspectives from Europe or anything else he'd like to add. So over to you, Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's a great honor to speak here again at the IGF. Where to start? The title of this event and the issue that concerns us is the fragmentation of the internet. And I think we currently see two trends that lead to this fragmentation. The one is very close to home for me, the debate about sending party pays and new network fees that the telecom industry in Europe wants to establish. And that's, as Luca has mentioned, for those in the debate long enough, this all sounds very familiar, because we exactly discussed this idea 10 years ago at ITU level, and they were rejected. Now there's discussion that we need this money for network investment, which I think is a flawed argument, because we don't lack money in Europe for investing in networks. It's basically a power grab from the telecom industry, because what this proposal would mean in practice is that most companies that rely on cloud hosting would see the prices rise. That will, of course, also affect public broadcasters, private media, SMEs. Everybody who relies on the cloud to provide an online service will be affected by this. Everyday consumers will see their subscription prices for Netflix and other subscriptions to rise, because everything that is data intensive will become more expensive. And it's important to pause here and just come up with the reality of how the internet looks like today. Yeah, the traffic is increasing exponentially, and it has done so for decades. That was never a problem. The equipment gets more and more efficient, so we'll see that with the same cost of network equipment, you can actually transmit more and more data, particularly in the area of fiber networks. And the most bandwidth intensive services are video streaming applications, but they make up only 2% of the revenue that's generated with the internet. The majority of the revenue comes from search engines and e-commerce, and they only make up a minor fraction of the bandwidth that we transmit. It doesn't take much for a Google search field to appear in your browser, but yet this idea, which brands itself as being fair, tries to redistribute money. I think a digital tax would be far more suited for the much needed equilibrium. But to quote Tim Wu, if we give up net neutrality to afford a better internet, it's like selling a picture to afford a better frame. And if we allow ISPs to exercise the termination monopoly, we'll end up in a splinternet, because that's the business model that we know from the telephony era. And I think we'll continue that discussion, but I also would like to address the other issues that were raised here around zero rating in particular, and the esteemed commissioner who has spoken previously. I was invited to give expert testimony in the case in front of the Constitutional Court of Colombia that the Commissioner has mentioned. It concerns a provision in Article 56 of the Colombian net neutrality law, which is basically a circumvention of the non-discrimination rule. Telcos are allowed to discriminate if they believe that they are fulfilling a market demand. We only know this weird provision to exempt the non-discrimination rule based on market demand from one other country, that's South Korea, and I hope that Professor Park can elaborate more on that. But I would really like to take a moment, particularly at an IGF here in Africa, and raise the question to also the auditorium here, what zero rating is really doing, particularly in the global south. The answer that we have gotten from our colleagues in India in their struggle to enshrine net neutrality protections in law is that they see it as a form of digital colonialism. Because instead of giving people access to the full internet, it's a telecom company deciding which individual applications the people are allowed to access. And often we assume that there are also payments from, for example, Facebook, in order to have their applications zero rated. And that, of course, is a bribement of telcos that runs contrary to the human rights obligation that telecom operators have. They are a vital piece of infrastructure in an information society, and we need to hold telecom operators to human rights standards. And more particularly because the Commissioner said users request zero rating. Of course they request it. If the price for data volume in Colombia is low. We have seen this over and over again throughout the world, that when zero rating is outlawed, the prices stay the same, but magically the data volumes doubles or triples. We've seen this in India, we've seen it in Canada, we've seen it in Slovenia, Netherlands, Austria, and Germany. And we believe that zero rating just creates an incentive for artificial scarcity. Think about it. You can only exempt an application from data caps if the data caps are low enough to still give the application a priority lane to the user. And I believe that any form of application-specific traffic management and zero rating, any form of discrimination in that regard, is contrary to the freedom of choice of users. And this becomes really self-evident if we look at the aforementioned study from the Colombian telecom regulator and the study that we have done in 2019 about the zero rating situation in Europe before zero rating was outlawed in the continent. And there we saw that Facebook is always the main beneficiary of these things. That's the case in Colombia, and that's also the case in Europe, where among the top 10 zero rated applications, 4 were from Meta Incorporated. Lastly, I want to say that I'm really sad that Ms. Reinders is not here with us today. The European Commission has opened up a very important debate. They have so far left us in the dark. There's no clear process. None of this is in the work program of the EU. We have no consultation. and more actors, including 7 EU member states, have the fear that the European Commission gets more and more captured from the telecom industry on this very important question. And there would be more to say, but I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Thomas, for this rather enlightening and critical perspective. It's very good to have both sides of the debate here, and we will have a brief space for a question and answer after the next presentation, and then also at the end, of course, an open debate to deepen this. It is, of course, a point that really struck my attention was indeed the consumer demand, because I think those of us that are in these net neutrality debates that have been in net neutrality debates for years, it always looked like a kitchen and egg situation. Like consumers want this kind of offering because they really want them, or because they are the only offering available, and there is no the market that is not offering an alternative. And we have seen it actually when regulation is implemented or adopted. The situation might be different. And India is a very telling example, but there are many others. Europe and Portugal has decided to take a very vocal stance on zero rating only 1 week ago. Now, without entering too much into the details of discussion, because we really have a couple of segments of Q&A precisely for this, I would like now to give the floor to Marit, who works for Ethno, and that has been one of the main proponents, if not the main, of this fair share proposal that was mentioned by Thomas. And so we have the great pleasure to have Marit with us to discuss what would be the merits and why this kind of proposal has been introduced. Please, Marit, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Luca, and thank you for inviting Ethno to this discussion, and thank you also for being a relentless advocate for all of us, an ambassador for the open internet. I know that this is not the first session that you're organizing at the context of the IGF, or indeed the European IGF, the Eurodic, on the topic. So very interesting views from the previous speakers, and especially also very good to hear from the Colombian commissioner. I didn't know myself, I'm not so familiar with the situation in Latin America, so it was very interesting to hear from that point of view as well. Before making comments on this fair contribution issue, I'd like to just make a few remarks on the internet and the open internet issue as such, because of course we have a long history on this in Europe, and I think that although it is maybe not the first topic on the table in terms of new policy initiatives in the EU, it is still something that is constantly there. So at Ethno, we are a firm believer in the open internet, and we actually do defend this vision both at the technical and policy level. And technical level is also very important today, because if we look at the global internet infrastructure, that is of course based on open internet standards. And we know very well that in the recent past there have been some challenges to try and change the standards, the global internet standards that allow us to have this interoperable internet. So we have been very vocal on this and calling for to keep the open and global internet intact, so that will also then of course benefit us operators, but SMEs and all of us, to keep the internet interoperable and accessible for all of us. But also on the policy side, I think it's very important to mention that there are the open internet regulation, of course, which is a very key block, but also other issues that are related to shutdowns, internet blocking, etc. And we at Ethno have been certainly always very much advocating for openness to the extent possible. And we all know that in some countries, of course, we have some legal obligations as telecom operators, especially when there is online criminality and such occasions. So I think that when we look at the European open internet regulation, I think that's been now in place for many years, and from our point of view, the regulation is actually very stable. And there haven't been many issues in terms of implementation or interpretation. Of course, in the beginning of the regulation, there were always a few test cases, if you like, but actually, if you look back in the history in the last years, the regulation has been rather stable. Now, there have been a few external factors, maybe to highlight here, and it already came up as well, that have perhaps challenged, you could say, the regulation. And one is the pandemic that Madam Commissioner already mentioned. So also in Europe, of course, the traffic patterns changed quite dramatically, and operators had to then react. But we were very much reassured by also our regulators that this was well within the scope of the regulation. Second one was this Russian war on Ukraine and the fact that there are now some sanctions in place that include website blocking, which are of course based on regulation in Europe. And while this is not something that operators we like to do, but again, there was a legislative package behind, so that we were, let's say, convinced by our policymakers and regulators that this was within the scope of the open internet regulation. But it would be very interesting to hear, we have a good audience here also from other parts of the world on how other parts of the world actually think about net neutrality, because I think Europe, alongside Colombia, are one of the few places in the world where you have a very solid regulatory framing around the open internet issue. And especially also it's a shame that we don't have a US speaker here, because of course the US used to have an open internet regulation or policy or legal legislation, let's say, until 2015, but have since repealed it. So it would be interesting to see as well what have been the impacts, if any, in the US in that regard. But those were my introductory remarks on the open internet in general. And now that we have included the fair contribution in this open internet discussion today, I'd like to make a few remarks. So I'm very happy, Luca, that you already mentioned that this, what you call fair share, and we like to call the fair and proportionate contribution principle, is different from the sending party pays principle. So we are not looking at the sending party pays principles as maybe it was discussed 10 years ago, or kind of a heavy regulatory across the board regulation or some kind of a policy, but we are very much looking at a more targeted approach, light market-driven approach that would help us, the operators, ensure that we have good connectivity available for all end users. And we also I have to say up front that we don't actually believe that this issue of fair contribution and the net neutrality regulation or the open internet, as you say, Luca, there's a little bit of a difference, but the net neutrality regulation, we don't think that these two are independent in the case of Europe, or that they are, let's say, mutually exclusive. So we very much believe that both of these can exist in parallel. And also, it would be good to highlight that when we talk about the fair contribution as ETNO, so we are, of course, thinking about the European digital ecosystem. So we're not talking about the global ecosystem, nor claiming that this is something that the whole world should be doing. It is just that in the European context, where we see certain dynamics and also a very specific regulatory framework on the telecommunications sector, that we believe that this would be a good solution going forward. And indeed, as was already said, so we have been one of the advocates for this principle. And maybe just a few words to explain, so what exactly do we mean by it? So the European Commission, actually, now we have, these have been recently approved, so we have now 2 policy documents from the European Commission that are quite clearly outlining that all market, and I'm looking at my notes because I'm trying to quote it literally, so all market actors benefiting from the digital transformation should assume their social responsibilities and make a fair and proportionate contribution to the public goods, services and infrastructures for the benefit of all Europeans. And this is in 2 documents. One document is about digital goals in Europe, and another one is about digital rights and principles. And what is important to note as well, that the document on the European rights and principles not only recognizes this principle of fair and proportionate contribution, but also in parallel endorses the open internet principle. So these principles are seen as complementing each other and very much coexisting rather than somehow going against each other. So from our side, of course, the discussion then, if we look at the ETNO viewpoint purely, so what we are seeing is and Thomas, I think, already mentioned, is this ever-increasing internet data traffic volumes, and also the fact that the data generators are more and more concentrated. So we are seeing that there is more and more, let's say, market power being concentrated to certain data generators, then leads to certain types of dynamics in the digital ecosystem in Europe. And some of those dynamics are very much to do with the business model and the commercial practices, commercial negotiations between the two parties. So let's call them the big internet companies and on one hand, and the European telecommunication sector on the other hand. So what we see is clearly an imbalance in bargaining power between our two, let's say, camps, if you like. And of course, because we have the open internet regulation in place, so we are not talking about pricing content, etc., but we are stepping back one step, outside of the, let's say, in the value chain, and this is especially can be seen in the IP interconnection market. And then on the other hand, what we are perceiving is that there seems to be a very clear asymmetry in terms of the application of ex-ante regulation obligations on the network operators, but also then, of course, the fact that the global internet giants are not subject to such a serious regulatory regime as our sector has been for many, many years. So there are various, let's say, market imbalances that we are seeing, and this combined with the data volumes, it is making the European digital ecosystem unbalanced and also financially, frankly, unsustainable. And also here I might add that we have very ambitious political goals in terms of connectivity in Europe and other digital targets too, but the European Union aims to have both 5G and fiber connectivity 100% covered or within the European Union. So there is a, let's say, limited time to make this happen. So from our point of view, we're not talking here about internet fragmentation or changes to the internet infrastructure as such, the technical infrastructure. It is really about the business models that are running on top of that infrastructure in the digital ecosystem. And I think that hence, we are seeing that this is rather a European business discussion that needs to be looked at, that, has a very specific European history, but we are not actually then linking this directly into the open internet model as such. So maybe I'll just stop there and let others also make their first comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marit. And I think what we're going to do now is allow for a round of questions and comments from the audience online or in the room. But just before that, I wanted to jump in because you mentioned a few times that you are obviously giving the ethno perspective, but saying how this is rooted in the European context. But there is clearly, like with many policy debates, a contagion, a Brussels effect that flows into other parts of the world. And I can say this from the Indian perspective where I come from. We are already seeing where, speakers before me have mentioned that there is a strong net neutrality regime. There is a strong stance on zero rating that's been taken. But in light of this discussion around fair share and fair contribution, we have seen the telecom industry in India, which historically has been advocating for bringing OTT players under the fold of regulation, etc. So talking about regulation in other ways has also now started talking about, they've written a letter recently to the government talking about the need for fair share and fair contribution and citing the discussions and the start of the discussion in Europe as an example. So I think just like we saw in the case of net neutrality, even this will certainly have repercussions beyond Europe. But it would be interesting to hear from others in the room on questions or comments around that. So let me just open it if there are any questions from the audience so far.
We don't see anything in the room yet. We don't have the chat in front of us.
Okay.
Any comments?
Okay, so
yeah, we are not able to see properly the room. So Marit or Thomas, if you see that there is anyone willing to provide a comments or ask a question, please tell us. So because you have a mic in front of us, Otherwise, we can keep with some comments, taking questions from the online, from the chat, and or provide comments. So, is there any one in the room that wants to provide comments or questions? I don't see anyone, so actually we can. I can take advantage to provide.
We have one question.
Comments on what was.
Luca, we have one question.
Please, go ahead. Yes.
Hi, it's more like a comment than a question. My name is Lars Eggert, and I chair the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force. So we build like the plumbing, right, for those sort of things that you're mostly talking about. And sort of one thing that I want to maybe remind us of is that I think it's reasonable if certain geographies like the EU are concerned, you know, how they can encourage services to stay local. We at the same time need to be careful that we don't coerce the underlying global infrastructure into a shape that isn't sort of, let's say, optimal for serving the entire planet. Right? There's the services, and then there's the infrastructure, and we sort of need to pay attention to when we try to establish a legitimate goal at the service level, that we don't sort of make the internet less efficient as an accident. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. I think that is a very good point, and actually, I think we all agree that it's a noble goal to try to, on the one hand, have market players that have a very large size to contribute to the infrastructure. The development of the infrastructure, the funding of the infrastructure, and also at the same time to try to keep local and distributed, if we want, the architecture of the internet as much as we want. But then we don't have to also forget that the majority, on the one hand, most of the services and especially large platforms they do not only rely on traditional telecoms operators infrastructure to provide their service. They also create enormous content delivery networks and they invest enormously in infrastructure. So it may be a little bit an overstatement when we hear in some discussions that service providers are free riders, because on the one hand, they invest enormously in this kind of local infrastructure to enhance the quality of service for the users. And then on the other hand, it's also true that if large platforms have a lot of users, well, the users are already paying a fair share for using internet access. So if you have a lot of users of a given telecom operator using, let's say, Facebook or YouTube, they will be already contributing with the infrastructure costs that this traffic generate. On the one hand, by paying their monthly fee to operators, and on the other hand, also by having these services investing in content delivery networks and what has also been called the flattening of the internet, so creating the infrastructure. So it's also a little bit bizarre if you want to reconcile this, what was mentioned by Commissioner Del Vecchio about users driving this demand, and on the other hand, what was mentioned about the fair share and being large platforms that drive this traffic. It is very bizarre to have both these perspective at the same time, and one should also remember that yes, on the case of the user driving demand, it is not, again, in the case of zero rating, it's not really obvious that users are driving demand, but maybe it's the only thing that they are offered. I can provide another Latin American example of Brazil, where according to recent statistics, 99% of users use primarily social networking and instant messaging apps in their to connect to the internet, But again, not because I'm not sure that that is because that is their demand. It is maybe more because zero rating schemes are used by 80% of the population, which is poor. So if you are, I mean, let's not have Europe in mind for a moment, but let's think about most developing countries. In developing countries, the majority of the population is poor, and so if you have to pay if you have zero rating where services are supposedly for free, but in reality paid with your personal data, the majority of the population will choose them, not really because they demand them, but because that is the only option perceived as free, but in reality is subsidized by large social media corporation. And again, no one here is in this discussion, I think, is trying to be the advocate of very large platforms that have create a lot of distortions and concentrations and have, for many reasons, have a negative impact on the architecture of the internet. But perhaps a better way of having them contributing to social costs and negative externalities they might generate would be to tax them properly, rather than asking a fair share contribution to something that other users are already backing with their financial capabilities. I'm just introducing some provocation here in the debate so that we can maybe have reactions from speakers. And also I'm checking if KS Park is already connected or not. I'm not seeing him in the chat. So may I ask you again, Marit and Thomas, to check if KS is in the room, because I'm not sure if he will participate remotely or on site.
Listen, I don't think he has at least identified himself. I'm not sure I would recognize him, but we don't have any hands up here.
No, it's not. He's not in the room, sadly.
Okay. So we have lost KS. So if we have any replies from the initial panelists, Commissioner Del Vecchio had another commitment, so she has just left. So if Thomas or Marit want to reply to any of the comments, otherwise we can then pass to the second segment of the session. Do we have any reply?
Just to tie a few things up that we just heard, I think one important thing, and it's sad that the Commissioner can no longer hear this, zero rating doesn't work like you take a pen and just circle a few apps on your smartphone and then they are magically excluded from your data cap. It actually requires commercial agreements between the provider of the app and the telecom operator, every telecom operator that wants to zero rate them. And they also include technical identification criteria. So you actually, as a telecom operator, have to no longer just transport the packages, but you have to open every package up, look, which application is inside, and depending on what you see, you count them differently. They either count against your data cap or not. They either still go through the pipe or they are dropped because you're out of data volume. So you need to do something called the packet inspection to do zero rating. And that means there is a privacy cost for these types of programs. And there's also a cost on the side of the provider of these applications. Most services can only afford between 1 and 3 of these zero rating relationships. Doing more is unattainable because you need to have 20, 30, 50 thousands of zero rating deals that are ongoing if you really want to be zero rated all across the world. There's only one company that does this effort, and that's Meta, Facebook. And so we also have to see that these zero rating offers inherently tinker with the way in which the internet was meant to work, and we so far have no interoperability standard here, also because of course it's not technical classes that are zero rated. It's famous and commercially strong brands of apps that get zero rated. There is a marketing underlying value why telcos are even doing this in the first place. And those two issues that we're discussing today are interlinked. In Europe, until last year, we had zero rating in all but 2 EU countries. So almost everywhere you had zero rating. That meant that exactly the type of big tech platforms that the telecoms now say they are evil and they are cluttering up the pipes, they are sending too much data. Until last year, this data was free. This data was sponsored and the users were incentivized to use YouTube and WhatsApp. And so it's a little bit difficult to now turn around and demand money for something that until last year you were giving away for free. And I also agree that this is not just something that can be looked at isolated in the EU. This will have global repercussions. The telecom industry doesn't want to be a dumb pipe. They want to sell us more than just access to the internet. They want to sell us individual services or get money from those services. And net neutrality prevents them from doing that. And whenever they see the other ways to no longer be a dumb pipe are not possible, then they turn around and go the interconnection route. And we'll see this debate replicated. I hope we can prevent it in Europe, but no matter if we succeed or fail, I fear that this debate will proliferate to other world regions as well.
Can I go first? Okay, thank you. So I'll make just a few comments, Luca, on your, as you say, provocations. One is you mentioned about the investment in CDNs by the big tech, etc. That is, of course, true. The amount of investment is not in the same category as, of course, the amount of investment that telecom operators put into the networks that we are building in Europe. But yes, there is some investment going into CDNs and caches by the big tech. Now, then you might still ask that whose benefit are these CDNs and caches actually working for? Who is the ultimate beneficiary? Because yes, they are bringing the data closer to the user, but if you then look at the interconnection market in Europe, which traditionally has been defined by being peering and transit, you now see that various reports, including BEREC's reports, are saying that in fact CDNs are now becoming a substitute for transit. And also we had a recent Analysis Mason report that was raising CDN as one of the 3 ways to interconnect IP traffic. So you might say that now let's say the big tech giants are closing in the communication, in the connectivity value chain, and we should be looking at, when we're talking about, for example, IP peering, the market definition that we have in Europe is no longer relevant, that the whole market has changed so much that we should be looking and assessing these things in a very, very different way. So I think that's okay, yes, there is some value into it, but it has at the same time exchanged the dynamics in the markets, and our regulation and our regulatory framework is no longer actually following. And then you were talking about the users paying more than once, etc. I mean, from the telecom operator point of view, the only reason why telecom operators are in business because we have end user customers and we want to make sure that they are still our customers next month. So we are trying to provide the best service possible and the best quality possible to provide them the content that indeed they want to see and have. So I don't think there's any secrets about that. However, if you look at other markets, for example, I don't know, or e-commerce, postal service. So if you're ordering a packet from an e-commerce platform, you are paying both for the packet or whatever product you're buying, and then you also pay for the postal service. And in this business model, sometimes it may be the consumer who pays for the postal service. In other cases, it is the e-commerce platform who is also paying for the postal service. So this is not something unheard of. Actually, it's rather common. Also can be, we can look at things like newspapers and other things, right? So this is a very common business model, but for historical reasons, this hasn't been the business model for telecommunication operators. So yeah, maybe those are just one of the reflections, and maybe one more point on the users paying. So you made the point, Luca, that it is the user asking for the content. Well, indeed, that is the way. But what we are also observing is that the big giants and the platforms, they are also now using technologies in a way that they are, let's say, making it very easy and facilitating and pushing some content to a certain level when we're talking about video, for example, YouTube. And they are, let's say, compelling the user to use as much content as possible. So they're trying to maximize, in fact, the time that the end user would use on their platform. And this is because, of course, they get more money from advertisers if they can show that some person is spending 2 hours instead of 1. And this is, you may argue, that is the user's choice in a way, yes, but there are also very kind of, different business practices that are being used to try and maximize the user's attention there. And we do not think that this is necessarily transparent to the user, but also not necessarily fair then when you consider the total and the whole ecosystem. Thank you. And now I pass on to Lars, who had another comment here in the room, Luca. Okay.
Thank you. I could say a lot about what you just said, but I think we run out of time. But I want to go back to what you said about the zero rating infrastructure. So there's a push from vendors of telco equipment, and there's an interest from operators to put in infrastructure that administer basically resource scarcity, capacity scarcity, right? And that's money that's being taken away from building out capacity, which they need to do anyway. Right, so in some way, zero rating can be thought of subsidizing the hyperscalers, the entrenched parties, and not making more capacity available for new players to enter the market or smaller businesses to have the ability to reach the customer. So it's a very dangerous sort of slippery slope. It sounds very attractive, but there's a lot of downsides to it.
Thank you to everyone in the room. And with that, we are actually going to transition now to the second phase of our panel discussion. And before that, there was one comment in the chat from Sabelo, and I think that speaks to the Indian example that Thomas was giving earlier. So I'll quickly address that, where he talks about how when zero rating was removed, the data cost stayed the same and the data usage actually went up. And there, just to clarify, that did happen, but I wouldn't say it is causation, it's just correlation. So what happened there was that in parallel around 2018, there was a ban on zero rating, and there was the entry of a new telecommunications player in the Indian market, which completely transformed the way the market works, the dynamics, the competition. So prices were dropped. So these two things happen in parallel, which supports the point that, it doesn't mean that it's all gloom and doom and success and, progress will stop if you bring zero rating. But I wouldn't say it was, as a result of the zero rating regulation, it was parallel developments that took place. But with that, now let me invite Angela Daly, who is from the professor at the University of Dundee, to come in and give us her intervention, please. Angela, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Just give me a second.
Sure.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me and see me okay. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. And sorry I can't be there in person for what sounds like some really good discussions. So I'm going to talk, following from some of the previous interventions, particularly in the European, from a European perspective. I'm going to talk hopefully very briefly about the situation in the United Kingdom. As you probably are aware, the United Kingdom left the European Union and European law and regulations over the last couple of years. And I just wanted to point to some developments around net neutrality, which are currently going on there, which are actually quite similar to what is being proposed in the European Union. Some very similar dynamics in the debates, but because the UK is now kind of out of EU law or the jurisdiction of EU law, broadly speaking, there are some kind of local divergences. So basically, from the UK perspective, and also from the academic perspective, net neutrality had been a topic which generated a lot of discussion and debate up to the 2015 net neutrality regulation. The UK was still a member of the European Union at that time, and so current UK law reflects the EU's open internet regulation for net neutrality, and has not yet been changed since the UK left the European Union. There was a lot of debate around net neutrality at that point in time in the UK as well as in other parts of the European Union. But in more recent years, there has been less attention and particularly less academic research about how those how the regulation has been implemented, what actually happened. I mean, academic attention has shifted to other issues, particularly when it comes to telecoms, and the internet has shifted much more towards what is now in the EU, the Digital Markets Act, and in the UK is the Digital Markets Unit. So issues around kind of the role of telcos in particular, the role of net neutrality, how it's been implemented, has it worked or has it not worked, has been a rather neglected topic, at least among academics. About 2 years ago, myself and some collaborators at the University of Strathclyde, also based in Scotland in the UK, we decided to revisit the issue of net neutrality. And just for full disclosure, we wrote a report which was funded by British Telecom BT, but doesn't reflect the views of British Telecom and reflects our own views. But I think it's important to disclose that this was funded research. What in brief, we released the report just over a year ago, and kind of generally found that net neutrality has generally been kind of enforced and reasonably well followed by telcos and others in the UK, as in other parts of, and also, sorry, in other parts of the European Union. Issues that remain kind of difficult and not necessarily that well resolved are, as I'm sure you can probably guess from the preceding discussions, zero rating, and also the role of content delivery networks, so CDNs. What has happened since we released the report, and I'll share a link to it in the chat, is that the UK Telecommunications Authority, Ofcom, has released some kind of its current thinking around net neutrality in parallel to developments going on in the UK around the Digital Markets Unit, which is a similar kind of intervention to the Digital Markets Act in the European Union, but is not yet legislated in. So it possibly early next year there will be kind of like new legislation around the Digital Markets Unit in the UK, really aimed at kind of the power of large online intermediaries. But in the interim, Ofcom has released a new kind of consultation, a new kind of on its new thinking around how to implement the current net neutrality rules. So it's proposed some revisions to its guidance on how net neutrality rules should apply in the UK. This is still within the framework of the current legislation, which, as I mentioned, still reflects the EU's open internet regulation. And essentially what what Ofcom is proposing is various, what it calls clarifications around the kinds of packages and specialized services that internet service providers can offer. As it claims, as Ofcom claims, this is within the current rules, including things like what traffic management measures can be used to deal with congestion and what zero rating packages are appropriate or not. I think one of the previous speakers said that zero rating, or I mean, maybe I'm mischaracterizing this, that zero rating is kind of prohibited in the EU. I think it's a little bit, if maybe I misheard this, that's not at least the case in the UK, where some forms of zero rating are or have been allowed, so long as they essentially don't impact too negatively on competition. So the UK is taking a very competition, or supposedly very competition driven approach to the issue of net neutrality and zero rating, not so much a kind of, I would say, a consumer oriented or rights oriented approach. One thing though to note, which I think maybe is a feature of the UK, but it would be interesting to hear from others about what is happening in their countries and jurisdictions, is the use of zero rating in a kind of public interest way. So during the COVID-19 lockdowns in the UK, where like many other places, there was a correspondingly, large use of data and internet services and so on. In fact, some public health, the UK has a public healthcare system, the National Health Service, a universal public healthcare system. So some information that was available from the National Health Service was actually kind of not zero rated, so you could access that without using any data allowance. And there were also discussions about whether certain education materials would be zero rated, particularly to people from low income backgrounds who had children at home who were home remote schooling. In the end, that didn't happen, but there were these discussions. The health information did happen, and I believe, although I'm not entirely sure about this, that it was kind of based on the goodwill of telcos that they would not charge data. I don't know if there was a formal contract or agreement between the government or the health service and the telcos. But that is kind of an interesting feature, because as we discussed at the time our report was launched last year, we are not entirely sure that that zero rating that content in a kind of public interest way entirely complies with net neutrality rules. I don't think net neutrality rules, especially around zero rating, were really conceptualized as being something that would facilitate genuine public interest access to certain forms of information. But it seems that that did happen sort of in the UK, and at least was no negative enforcement action was taken against any of the telcos that did that. So what Ofcom is also proposing in its clarification of the guidance is to facilitate certain kinds of prioritization and zero rating access from a public interest perspective, for instance, to emergency services, which I think is a kind of interesting intervention because I've not seen it so much happen elsewhere. I mean, yes, we've had the debates around Meta and zero rating, particularly in emerging economies, and how I guess ostensibly there's arguments that this is in the public interest where there's actually not, where it might not be. But I think in the UK case we have some examples of zero rating of genuinely public interest content, and it's a bit unclear to me that whether this is compatible with current net neutrality rules or not. But at the moment, Ofcom is consulting on these proposals, and as I mentioned already, in the new year, there will be likely more going on about the digital markets unit, so about the kind of relationship between online intermediaries and other players, including telcos. It remains to be seen how net neutrality may or may not fit into that, but it will be interesting, in my view anyway, to watch the UK and see how this proceeds in next year, and also to what extent there is convergence or divergence between the UK and the European Union, because while the UK is not within the European Union anymore, it does have a trade agreement with the European Union in which, from memory, there are net neutrality provisions. So if the UK did depart kind of substantially from what is going on in the European Union, could there be a trade issue about that? So one to watch, and interested to hear if anything that I've been saying about net neutrality, zero rating in the public interest is turning up elsewhere. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Angela. These were excellent comments. And before I give the floor to Sabello, I just wanted to react quickly to this, because there is actually this is a very good example of how actually zero rating could be something also used for the public interest. There are countries like Jamaica. There are very few countries, but there are countries that are zero rating public online services since many years. Like I think Jamaica was the first one since 2017, where public services, so online portals for public services are accessible without consumption of data allowance. And this is a very good example of how this could be interesting to use in practice. Again, let's remember that we have spoken a lot about Europe, but these practices are extremely widespread in the global south, where people do not have the money to pay for internet access. So what is zero rated is frequently what is the internet experience for many people, and that is a very strong dimension of internet fragmentation. if you want, that zero rating can produce as a negative externality. The fact that the internet becomes only a couple of platforms that are zero rated. The interesting, I think what is interesting, and we did actually a study with this coalition in 2018, mapping what kind of services were zero rated at the time. And in 2018, the most interesting finding, I think, was that in the 100 countries that we analyze, in 98 out of 100, platforms that are part of what now is called the meta were zero rated. So there is one player that is actually subsidizing access to its own platforms around the world globally. And at the time, there were only one country that was subsidizing access to public services. So imagine, for instance, if you have to pay taxes online, as happens in most countries nowadays, you have to pay for internet access. Whereas if you have, or if you want to you have online education during a pandemic, you have to pay for it. Whereas if you want to watch selfies and or disinformation on social network, that is subsidized and it is allowed. That is a very also important social distortion we should have in mind. And also, and again, I think we should also have in mind that to try to mitigate these kind of distortions, we should not create other distortions. It would be much better to regulate properly taxation, to regulate properly information, and to also to understand that all these things are interconnected. And if maybe the greatest distortion we have in this moment is that we still are focusing in a kind of regulation that is in silos. Data protection regulation completely separated from telecoms regulation, completely regulated from content, separated from content regulation. We should start to look at this from an interconnected perspective, because that is the kind of holistic perspective will allow us actually to have a sustainable governance and regulation. Sorry if I'm speaking too much. Now I think it's the time to introduce I still don't see KS neither online nor on site. I think it's the time to introduce our last speaker, of course, not least, Sabelo, who is the founder of Mbala, and he has a very interesting perspective actually of the other components of internet openness that we have somehow neglected so far. So interoperability and device neutrality, also because he has some very personal history to recount about how the distortion that the lack of interoperability or device neutrality can produce. So please, Sabelo, it's a great pleasure to have you with us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Luca, and thank you to all of the previous panelists. This is very insightful, and very happy to be joining you all. I just would like to sort of examine net neutrality and device neutrality through the sub-Saharan African mobile developer perspective, and also the device manufacturer perspectives. Zero rating in the African continent, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, is largely shaped by two realities. The first one, that Africa has the largest share of the world's least developed countries, and it also has the highest cost of data. So you have people with the least amount to spend paying the most amount. In some cases, you find that Africans pay 3 times the cost of data that they would normally pay for if they were in the United States. And so zero rating is then seen a little bit differently. And we can compare that to what happened in India, how there was a large pushback against zero rating when Meta, then Facebook, went into the region and met some resistance. So they took those lessons and they repackaged themselves and applied the same policy, and they were successful, very successful actually. And so one thing that was quite surprising was that even the NGOs, they were quite supportive of zero rating by Meta and Twitter and these platforms, because they saw them as sort of a democratic means to promote open debate on issues of social importance. as a way to prevent government censorship, especially during internet shutdowns or when there's issues of great public interest. And so the NGOs really took a different approach than NGOs in other parts of the world by really quite embracing zero rating. And the zero rating also includes internet infrastructure such as hotspots, public hotspots provided by Google. Recently, we've seen internet backbones by Meta and Google being built under the ocean all the way to the African continent. Google just connected their last backbone to South Africa just about 2 to 3 months ago. And so again, this has not been met with much resistance. Issues of privacy or access or competition are really not quite discussed. Something else that's quite interesting too is that the zero rating is also pushed by, it's so popular that the telecoms also offer zero rating for people who can pay for it. So if a company wants to have their product, their app, their website zero rated, you now have this commercialized process called reverse billing. So you can then go and pay to have your service made accessible to other users. But of course, this only benefits those who are able, the companies that are well funded, often Western or Eastern companies that can go in there and pay the high cost of the internet in order to make their services and data quite profitable. Something that makes it much worse as well, or compounds it, is that in the continent, mobile is first. So mobile phones are the primary way of accessing any type of connectivity, any type of data or internet. So now we see even telecoms becoming more than telecoms. Now they're becoming banks. They're becoming ways to shop, ways to pay for your bills, ways to send money. And again, they also employ the same tactics where they give the advantages to themselves, where it becomes harder for the private industry to then try to create competing services as well. So this is one aspect with the telecoms. I like to also look at the app platforms such as Google Play that are prevalent within the continent. What Google does is quite interesting from a developer perspective. I'll give a quick example for my company. We made an African language keyboard that users could access if they want to communicate in their own languages using artificial intelligence, offering things such as spell correction, next word prediction, and the rest. What is interesting is that when you have a large big tech company that controls the platform for other apps, they tend to have certain advantages that they give to themselves. So for example, if you install any other keyboard on the Google Play Store, you get this big warning saying, oh, be careful, this app can take your credit card information, your privacy. And theoretically, that is all true. However, if you install Google's app, there's no such warning, right? Even though they can do the same, and even though we know that they do the same, that we know there's some privacy issues, data harvesting by these companies, you don't see the same policies, the same warnings placed on their apps, but they're placed on other competitors. And so in the minds of consumers, this creates this illusion that, whoa, is this service or app by my fellow developer or people within the same country, is it reliable? Is it safe? And so forth. And then with going from the app store platforms, now even with the device neutrality, half of the cell phones made or sold in the African continent each year, they come from a single Chinese company, and they come prepackaged with the apps that the same manufacturer designs. And so you have social media duplicates of YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, and they're prepackaged there. And it's hard to then try to offer alternative competing apps because they control half of the mobile smartphone ecosystem, and then they decide what gets on those apps. And so if you have a high cost of downloading apps. There was a study that was done in South Africa that demonstrated that most people ever will install just 5 apps on their phones, nothing more, due to the devices having lower storage, lower memory. And so when you have a manufacturer pre-installing apps, or when you have some apps that are 0 rated or free, and people having such a short, limited amount of apps that are possible that they can install, it then, it sort of breaks the promise of the internet being this open infrastructure marketplace with a low barrier to entry. The barrier essentially becomes quite high due to these limitations. And unfortunately, this is something that is not quite addressed well. We're seeing now that there are phone manufacturers in the African continent. By manufacturers, I mean they just assemble the parts to make the cell phone, and often they want to use the most popular operating system for mobile phones, which is the Android system. But then to use the same Android system, Google requires you to install a basic set of apps that they make. So this could be like Google Chrome, Google Search, and so forth. And so if you don't, or the Google keyboard, and if you don't install these apps, as a phone manufacturer, you cannot use their operating system, which now keeps you away from your users who are used to using the Google operating system. And so this also gives an advantage to, these large tech companies. In addition to that, in many cases, they'll even offer paid incentives. So they'll say, if you install our search engine, we'll pay you, I forget the exact number, but it's like maybe 8 cents per search or like something like that. And so now the companies are now getting paid by Google to install those apps. And so now if you have a competing service, you now have to also offer the same deal. Okay, we will pay you for every device that uses our app and so forth. But the main issue there is that the greatest damage to this is that it lowers the ability for the local ecosystem to emerge, to create localized solutions that are designed by local developers, designed by local companies to serve the local markets. And then it allows foreign companies to then come in and then shape the entire ecosystem. I think it was Thomas earlier who spoke about digital colonization. This is another instance of that, where now where now you're not able to create your own local infrastructure. You now have to depend on the finished goods being sold back to you. So the data is being extracted, but then you're giving back the finished goods, and keeping sort of like the continent as the fastest growing digital marketplace that is entirely foreign dominated. So zero rating is it affects quite a lot, and but there isn't a lot of policy or resistance that we can see at this particular moment, compared to the conversations we're seeing in Europe, what happened in India. We just heard earlier from similar efforts in Colombia to sort of assess zero rating, but it's not quite as pronounced and strong, at least within sub-Saharan Africa. And this is something that I hope the entire sort of internet community can also take into account when we're thinking about the scope of these tech companies and their influence across the world.
Thank you very much, Sabelo, for these really excellent remarks that really let us understand the complexity of the issue. Unfortunately, I thought that our deadline, the end of our session was at 45, but actually I've just noticed that it was at 35. So we are already 3 minutes above our deadline. So I would like to use this remaining 2 minutes that I'm sure the IGF technical team will give us to see if there is any final remarks from our panelists that should be extremely quick. Do we have any final remarks, either from people on site, panelists on site or online? Otherwise, we can start to wrap up. It looks like we don't have any final remarks.
Luca, maybe just a quick word of a quick word of thank you here from the venue. I mean, no substantive remarks, but a really good discussion, I thought, and nice to hear views from around the world on this important topic.
Just to add to this, it was thanks also here from the room. We had great participation. Sadly, there is another session starting here physically quite soon. That's why there's a little bit of time pressure. But I think it is obvious that we need to continue the discussion. And thanks everybody who participated.
Thank you very much to everyone for the really fantastic presentations and a very lively and excellent discussion about a lot of very different dimensions of internet openness from a lot of very diverse perspectives around the world. I think it's something that is very evident is that we really start to have to analyze the complexity of the issue from a multi-layer and multi-dimensional perspective, and do not only focus on either the access and network layer with net neutrality, or the platform and app layers on the content layers, but we really have to start to interconnect the full stack and try also to understand how this, not only how these layers are interconnected and impact on one another, but also how regulation should be thought in a way that considers the positive or negative externalities of any player on the other layers as well. Thank you very much for the excellent discussion, and we will see you at the next session of this coalition next year. I wish you an excellent IGF 2022. Ciao, ciao.
Recording in progress.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Hi, Wakas, is that you?
Yes, that's me.
Oh, hi, Wakas, great. Yes, we can hear you. I can't see you yet.
Okay, my video is on.
I can see you, Wakas.
Great. Good morning, Courtney.
Good morning.
I'm sorry it's so early.
It is what it is.
Practically the night.
Yeah, it's still pitch
Yeah.
black here.
Great, we're just getting set up. Oh, I can see Courtney now. I think that they're actually going through, I've given the names of the speakers on Zoom, so I think they might be using that information now to make sure that we can visualize you.
Sure.
So I kind of need you to log into the Zoom chat, but I need my computer too. So now I'm like, yeah, I didn't think that.
Okay.
I didn't think
How
about
about I do it on my phone?
Yeah, that'd be all
Right?
right. Okay.
Is that useful?
Yep, that's perfect.
Dan, can we speak to each other while you're fixing the technical issues in the room? Or can everyone hear us?
Everyone can hear us, yeah.
Okay.
We'll get started in just a couple minutes. Thanks. I think it's gonna work. I think we're not gonna be. Oh, I don't know your email. That's what I went. Tried to type your email without noticing it.
It came up. I guess you've emailed me some.
We
at
must have
some
been on
point,
some.
yeah.
Okay, so they have the Zoom links in there.
Okay.
Log on.
And just monitor the chat and let you know if there's any questions.
Yeah, exactly. I think Wakas is gonna. Oh. Hi, can we allow Laura Becana to have her video present as well?
Hi, so thank you, Dan.
You figured it out?
I'm
Okay.
here.
Great, thanks.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started now. Welcome to the Dynamic Coalition on the Sustainability of Journalism and News Media. Our topic today is Unbreaking the News, Media Sustainability in the Digital Age. The nexus between long-term news sustainability and internet governance is more undeniable than ever. How are internet policies affecting the ability of news organizations and journalists to sustain public interest journalism in the post-pandemic world? What can we expect from proposals to tax technology platforms to fund news media, and how do online advertising business models affect both internet governance and digital journalism? These are some of the questions that we're here to talk about today, and it's really a pleasure to see you all here. My name is Daniel O'Malley. I'm from the Center for International Media Assistance in Washington, D.C., and I am one of the co-coordinators of this dynamic coalition alongside Courtney Ratch, who is joining us virtually from California, and Waqas Naeem, who is joining us from Pakistan online as well. We have a really great session for you. We are going to start with an interactive panel of three specialists in this area, Courtney Ratch, Anya Schifrin, and Michal Isabrenner from Sembra Media. So that will last about 30 minutes. Then we'll have an open session where members of our dynamic coalition will be able to share some of the news and research that they've been working on over the past year. And then finally, we'll have an open discussion with all the participants in the room. But before we get started with the panel discussion, I just want to talk a little bit about the dynamic coalition. Our key functions as a part of the IGF system are, one, to inform internet governance community about the challenges to journalism in the digital age, to disseminate information with our existing stakeholders through articles, blog posts, research. We also publish an annual report on these topics, and we're also a dynamic coalition that seeks to advocate for the voices of the journalist sector in broader digital policy discussions. So we're an active and open multi-stakeholder forum. We're always looking for more people to join us. We have a host of activities lined up for 2023, and we'd love to have more voices in our dynamic coalition. So I'd urge you to check out our website, which is on the IGF website, and sign up for the listserv so you can make sure to learn about the learning calls that we're organizing, as well as other activities throughout the year, including at RightsCon and such. Now it's going to be my honor to pass this over to Waqas, my co-coordinator for the Dynamics Coalition, who is going to be moderating our panel discussion that will get started. So Waqas, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And greetings to everybody who's in the room in Addis Ababa. I hope that you've had a productive IGF so far, and I hope that you find our discussion today useful. A warm welcome to everyone who's also joined us online. Please feel free to use the chat function to share your comments and post your questions. We'll hopefully get to your questions right at the end of this session when we have time allocated for Q&A. Thank you, Dan, also for an excellent introduction to the Dynamic Coalition on Sustainability. Our colleague Laura has posted a link to the coalition in the chat. I'm sure that we can make the link available to our participants on site in the conference room. Our panel discussion today will tease out the links between internet governance and media sustainability by examining trends in the practices of digital native media organizations, as well as regulatory frameworks that may create new revenue streams for journalism. Our discussion is organized around three themes, and I'm really proud to say that we have three illustrious guest speakers on the panel today, whom Dan has mentioned, but I'll also briefly introduce them along with the themes we'll talk about today. We have with us first Michal Isabrenner, the co-founder and executive director of Sembra Media, a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping digital media entrepreneurs to build more sustainable and independent media organizations. Michal herself is a journalist and entrepreneur, and as a specialist, she has helped hundreds of journalism startups with management fundamentals and sustainability. We're going to speak to her about the sustainability of independent digital native media organizations. Grateful that you've joined us today. Next up, we have Dr. Courtney Ratch, a journalist, scholar, and free expression advocate who writes and speaks about the nexus of technology, media, and policy. Her work focuses on issues of tech policy and human rights, internet governance, and of course, media sustainability and the future of journalism. She's a fellow at the UCLA Institute for Technology, Law, and Policy. Welcome, Courtney. We hope to speak with you today about the policy interventions for platform payments to news publishers. And finally, we hope to be shortly joined by Anya Schifrin, the Director of Technology, Media and Communications at Columbia University's School of International Public Affairs, and a lecturer who teaches global media, innovation and human rights, and writes prolifically on journalism and development topics. And we hope to speak with her about enforcement experiences of regulatory frameworks that may potentially benefit media sustainability. Mihal, I'll begin with you. Sembra Media published the Inflection Point International Study just over a year ago. And I think most of us in the media development sector have benefited greatly from the findings of this report during the past year because of its rich insights about digital native media organizations from Latin America, Asia, and Africa. The report relied on over 200 interviews with media organizations from these three regions and included media organizations that are producing significant public interest journalism work despite threats to their safety. One very important finding from the Inflection Point International Study was about the sources of revenue for digital native media. And the study highlighted that grant funding was the leading source across all media regions, followed closely by ad revenue. My question to you is, how do you see these trends holding up during 2022? And do you feel there are risks involved in digital native media over relying on donor grant funding, especially as we are sort of moving out of the pandemic slowly? Please go ahead.
Thank you, everyone, for attending this special and really meaningful panel. And I want to thank CIMA and Luminate for the support they provide for this report. The grant influence is still really high in 2020, at least in Latin America. We've just seen that we are ending this year with a lot of influence from grant money, but this might change during the next few years if grant money from tech corporations leave the sector. Since our first inflection point published in 2017, we've been recommending to media grant funders to be careful with withdrawing abruptly, because that could kill the media they've been financing. Grant dependency is such a problem as membership-only dependency. Over the last 7 years of research at Sembra Media, we've confirmed over and over again that diversification is key to sustainability, especially for digital business models. An ecosystem where the rules and the user behaviors changes super fast. Sembra Media also acts like a grantor in acceleration program. Not only we advise grantors to provide extra holistic support along with funding, but we also recommend avoiding teaching those media to burn their money in a short amount of time. This is a really bad practice, and it happens a lot because the grant programs have a timeline. They have a start and an end date. So sometimes grantors forget to teach the media to be super aware of spending the money wisely. This is why after the acceleration ends, we at Sembra Media extend that timeline for them to spend their core money. And we recommend creating their own emergency fund if they can. We always expect that at least 10% of their grant money should be overhead for them to learn to replicate that with clients and build their own reserves. So this is something they should do with all the different revenue sources, not only the grants. And the problem is not over depending on grants, it's over depending on just one revenue source.
Thank you so much, Mihal. Over to you, Courtney. We've just heard about some of the traditional revenue streams and about the importance of diversification. But your recent report published by SEMA titled Making Big Tech Pay for the News They Use, in that report you discussed 3 key policy interventions that are trying to compel tech platforms to pay news publishers. Could you please walk us through these 3 interventions and also your impressions of, what are the key issues in implementing these approaches, especially in the context of internet governance?
Sure. Thanks so much for the invitation today. So yes, in the report that I wrote for SEMA, I explored 3 primary policy interventions that are aimed at rebalancing what is seen as a really unequal relationship between digital platforms and the news media that depend on those platforms to reach their audience, to monetize, and to just kind of exist in the 21st century. And so those specifically are taxation, usually taxation of digital advertising, competition policy, and that's looking at antitrust interventions such as giving news media the right to collectively bargain, but bypassing antitrust interventions, or antitrust interventions aimed at the platforms such as antitrust interventions to rebalance the imbalance in the digital advertising ecosystem, where Google and Facebook dominate about 90% of that and control not just kind of the advertising market, but the entire infrastructure on which digital advertising is built. Very complicated and opaque infrastructure with lots of intermediaries, but which is dominated by tech platforms. And then also looking at intellectual property interventions, and this includes new licensing and copyright frameworks. So copyright, the idea of ancillary or neighboring rights for copyright, which is essentially the idea that publishers also retain copyright over published materials. So news publishers having the right to therefore license their content if they own copyright over it, and then being able to charge a fee for the use of snippets, for example. There are also subsidy interventions, which are both direct and indirect, which I didn't get into so much in the report, but that's also something that's looked at. And all of it is about how can regulators think about either taking some of the funds, the money that platforms have in record profit-breaking years until this year, and redistribute a small, tiny fraction of that, or looking at the power that these platforms have and trying to redistribute a tiny fraction of that back to the news media. I think, what we saw, for example, in Australia was it really got people interested in these types of interventions. Australia passed the News Media Bargaining Code, which gave the news media the right to collectively bargain, gave the news media the right to bargain and license their content to tech platforms and forces mandatory arbitration with those tech platforms if they don't agree to negotiate. And it also implemented some things like algorithmic transparency in certain instances where major technology updates to either algorithms or policy changes, for example, favoring video, defavoring, information by organizations, that sort of thing would be conveyed in advance to those news organizations. And that so far has had actually a pretty good impact. We have seen some assessments done. They are, actually I would say Australia is a really excellent case because they're actually doing a review right now to assess the impact. And one of the big challenges of the Australian approach is the lack of transparency into the licensing deals. And that is being addressed in other legislation around the world that is kind of looking at the Australian model and thinking about implementing similar legislation in Canada, in India, in the United States, or taking portions of that approach. Europe has focused on updating its copyright policy and its copyright directive rather, and providing again for these ancillary rights, and then creating frameworks for negotiating at the individual outlet or collective outlet level with the tech platforms. So I think that there's been a lot of criticism of that, about the potential to break the internet. Critics have called that the link tax, So far, we have not seen that the internet is broken, but I think that we are still concerned about the lack of transparency. And so some of the interventions that are being considered, including in the United States, which probably has the most power to mandate transparency over the platforms that are most central to the news industry, there are considerations for mandating transparency, which we absolutely need, because one of the big takeaways from all of these interventions is they're happening in an information vacuum. There is a lack of data about the link between advertising and revenue, about how different types of interventions by tech platforms impact the ability of news media to monetize, and kind of the value of news. There's a big disagreement about whether there is, kind of the monetary value of news, which Facebook and Google claim is not very large, and then Australia's competition authority and others who have intervened about, both the actual cost of news, but also the kind of inherent value of news and what that brings to the platforms. And I have to say, if you look at the amount of money that platforms are spending on fact checking, which is essentially another word for journalism, I think that you can see there is a lot of value to factual reported information. So let me leave it with that, and happy to get into more of the details.
Thank you so much, Courtney, for that level of detail. And I think that gives us a very nice segue to our question to Anya Schifrin, who has joined us online. Welcome, Anya. And thank you so much for posting the link to your Saving Journalism report series in the chat. My question is related to your reflections and observations regarding Australia's news media bargaining code. As Courtney mentioned, there has been some reporting on potential benefits from the code to Australia's news media organizations. How do you see this success? Are we being over optimistic about the code's benefits and its sort of potential replication around the world? Or is there really, reason to be confident?
Oh, thank you very much for having me, and what, great to be with such illustrious colleagues. Really glad to be here. The Australian News Media Bargaining Code, I wouldn't say it's for everybody, but I think it's done well for Australia. I think there's a few things to kind of know about it. One is that it was just a very, very practical effort by a lot of people in Australia. So what happened was the Liberals, who are the Conservatives, and the Greens, and pretty much everyone else in between, just said, you know what, let's get some money out of Google and Facebook. It may not be forever, it may not be perfect, but let's just do it. And so there was a sort of pragmatism to their policy making. And I do admire that. I think it's really easy in this situation. We're in a sort of an emergency situation. I think it's really easy to kind of sit back and say, ooh, this isn't perfect. This could have terrible implications. So I think, we have to give them credit for actually just doing something. And of course, the worry, always when you design policy to help media, in a way you're designing for the incumbents, not the startups, because the startups don't exist, right? Or you don't know what's going to come later. So what they said was, yep, Murdoch will get most of the money, but we're going to find ways to make sure other people get it too. And that's actually what happened. I mean, the estimates are something like $200 million have gone into Australian journalism. And then after the first round, Minderoo Foundation, Emma McDonald worked with the smaller outlets so they could get some money as well. So at this point, nearly all of the Australian outlets have gotten some kind of money. They're doing a lot of hiring, in fact. So they've created a lot of jobs. Again, lack of transparency. We don't know what they're spending their money on. And some people have been sort of monitoring the want ads to see who's hiring and who maybe spent the money on something else. The Treasury, under Australian law, the Treasury has to do a review of the code, and that just came out today, or yesterday, I guess, in Australian time. And they found it's largely a success. Google has negotiated with more outlets than Meta, and there was talk about maybe they would designate Meta, which means they would require them to go into negotiations, but they haven't. And I think they're now looking at TikTok and wondering, who else should be included in the fold. So it was a super pragmatic, it's not the perfect solution, but it raised a bunch of money in the short term. I think that, I was looking a little bit at Gabby Miller's piece on the Canadian bill, which I think I could put a link to that in the chat, which Courtney touched on. One of the improvements of the Canadian bill is that there would be a requirement for the news outlets to at least report to government what they're getting, and that's not the full transparency that a lot of people would like, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. And I think there's still disagreement, and we've been talking about this a lot in the US, of whether or not there should be requirements or conditions put on the outlets that receive money. For example, saying you have to cap executive pay, or you have to put the money into journalism. Funds are fungible, so it's a little bit hard to make those requirements, but I don't see why you couldn't try. Dean Baker says, if you're getting a bunch of money under some sort of government law, like the Journalism Competition Preservation Act, then you should not be allowed to have a paywall, for example, because the idea is if you're getting a subsidy for the information, it should be made available to everybody. So yeah, I don't think it's like the perfect solution for everyone. I think it's worked really well for Australia, and I think it's absolutely worth considering. I see in the chat people are saying, well, we shouldn't take tech money because of surveillance economy. But all money comes with risks, right? Whether it's advertising money, whether it's subscription money, whether it's money from foundations, all of those have risks. We have a lot of academic literature on the risks of all of those. I think another point to make about what happened in Australia was it wasn't just the bargaining code. They also put money into saving the Australian Newswire. They've given a whole range of grants. So it's part of a package of measures. And, I have to say that's admirable. So that's my take on that. I think also to the person in the comment who's talking about surveillance capitalism, another problem about all these companies is they're actually not paying taxes very much. They're really not paying taxes, right? And we know how they put their headquarters in countries, so they don't pay taxes, et cetera. Or they minimize their tax burden, and this is true of all of them. So if we tax them, we'd be taking their money as well. So perhaps it's not the collection, it's how that money is dispersed. And that's why economists don't really like earmark taxes. They would much rather see all the money go into the government tax pot, and then figure out, who gets what. That earmark taxes are risky. So I don't know whether the folks in the comments, would find that acceptable, or if you're just saying there should be any taxation either. And obviously Courtney's point about copyright is also incredibly important. And I think one way to look at it, the argument of the platforms, and my last comment, is that they're driving traffic to the websites or to the outlets, and it's the outlet's fault if they can't monetize it. And I would rather look at it another way, which is what economists call cream skimming. If you take the headline off the story and the first few lines and make it available on Google, then you've actually taken the very best part of the news item, and you've diminished the value of what remains. So I always tell my students, it's like, imagine someone comes along with a cupcake or a muffin, and they take the yummy top and they eat that, and then they leave behind the old dry part at the bottom, and they say to everybody, well, not your fault if you can't sell the old dry part. That's what cream skimming is, and that's essentially what the tech companies do when they take the highlights of the news items. So I think their whole thing about we drive traffic, like, they've got a point, but there's also other ways to look at it.
Thank you, Anya. That's a great analogy. And I think we need more discussions about sort of the ethical dimensions of, this money and how news organizations around the world can use it. We'll talk shortly about the regulatory disparity and obviously the different circumstances in news markets around the world who might not have the same capacity as maybe Australia or Canada to implement some of these approaches. But I'll pick on one point that you made. That's when policy is made, it's usually for the incumbents and it's not for the startups. As a former journalist, I feel that startups, especially in the global South, need the most support, because these are media organizations that are really focusing on public interest journalism and reaching out to, or reporting on marginalized communities, improving their access to information. So Mihal, I'll come back to you. I think this is an opportunity for us to also give out some practical advice related to media sustainability using our platform today. Another finding of the Inflection Point International study was that most digital native media organizations fall into the bottom tiers in terms of business maturity. So they might have a low initial investment and very little financial security. Especially in the context of these policies not really being addressed to them or not really supporting them maybe from the get-go, and also your earlier point about diversification. What advice would you have for founders and teams of digital native media organizations that are really starting in the bottom tier?
Yeah, many of the journalists who start new media have almost no knowledge about business and might have never had a conversation with another entrepreneur previous to funding their own. Those two key elements are key for them to make a couple of really important judgments. The business maturity has a greater correlation with management than with the initial investment. Sweat equity is really common among social entrepreneurs, not only journalists. But the lack of skills and knowledge about how to build an interdisciplinary team ready to grow with the organization relevance and social impact is still something that the minority of the entrepreneurs thinks at the funding phase. It is possible that if media leaders had a better understanding of what building a social startup entails, they will also be more proactive and more skilled in looking for more initial investment. Our recommendation for media entrepreneurs out there is to plan your goals with a clear social purpose in mind, spend time communicating it to your team, building processes, looking for talent, and planning for growth. Sustainability isn't money at the bank. It is your ability to plan your development 5 years ahead. And I really think that I agree that many of these policies are built for long-lasting media companies and traditional media, but the social role that these media startups, not all of the digital media we study are startups. Some of them are like 10 years old. But these media entrepreneurs, they actually change the course of the laws. They change the course of the life of their communities, and they are key to avoid having so many much disinformation spreading and these different informational oases that we've seen in the last decade. So I do think it's important to think what type of policy we can develop around this specific growth, because our industry is under a huge employment crisis. The different type of job descriptions and the roles we need in the media are different, the skills are different, and many of the most prepared and really committed journalists are starting their own media or have already started their own media, and our journalistic students are gonna have to create their own media to be able to work and to accomplish their purposes as journalists. So I think it's important to start thinking now what type of policy we'll develop for this important independent journalistic group to thrive.
Thank you, Mihal. I'll take your comments and address my next question to Courtney, especially sort of in the context of what Mihal said, talking about digital native independent media organizations in countries of the global south where we may not have well-developed news markets, and news media organizations are also hard-pressed by authoritarian regimes or, bad faith actors. You mentioned this regulatory disparity in your report, in your recommendations. What do you think are specific recommendations when it comes to these kinds of policies, of compelling tech platforms to pay news publishers in sort of the broader global context? You've already sort of touched upon this, but really with a focus on policymakers and media organizations in the global south, do you think there are steps that they can take?
So I think first off, I mean, as Michal suggested, a lot of news organizations in the global south or small alternative non-English speaking news outlets are particularly struggling in the platform era. And you hear a lot, especially in the US, about, well, if they can't make money, well, that's their fault. I think we have to recognize that in many parts of the world where internet connectivity was later, where mobile penetration now is a main way that people get their news, et cetera, these news organizations have a constrained playing field on which they're playing. The playing field has been created by these global north dominant platforms. The rules of the game are set. It's really hard to play by other rules, especially as you suggested in countries where there are restrictions on access to information or restrictions on independent journalism, not to mention just less developed countries where the economies make it really hard for them to participate in these global platforms because they don't have globally exchangeable currencies. They don't have access to credit cards to do subscription programs or to participate in the in AdSense or these other things. One of the things I heard, because I've been doing a lot of reporting over the past year and talking to independent journalists and media outlets around the world. And, I hear a lot, one of the easiest things would just be increase the payments for AdSense, because that is a direct, pretty easy to implement. The policy interventions that we're talking about here, for example, licensing and copyright interventions or news media bargaining codes, require a lot of kind of background undergirding infrastructure to implement. So if you want to have a licensing program, think about digital music. You have to track that. You have to figure out, first of all, define who benefits. That definition is really susceptible to media capture, by political actors, by platforms. So that's a risk. Similarly, then you have to have collecting agencies. You have to have this whole digital infrastructure on the back end. I still have not figured out how you would be able to track the use of text headlines. The way that digital music works is, you can use hashes. There is a multimedia image. It's much different when we're talking about text. And I just want to head off, make a side note to head off some criticism about, allowing news organizations to convey copyright over their headlines because those are facts. A lot of times headlines are not just facts. Investigative reporting can cost tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, take years, transnational collaborations to do. And yet if you give the headline out, you've just kind of given all of this information for free that cost a lot to get, right? So if we think about the Paradise Papers or the Panama Papers, so I think we have to be a little bit more, a little bit more realistic about that. The other thing is you need to have a level of trust to implement these policies, or a level of checks and balances, good governance, and trust in the system, even if you don't have trust in yourselves. So if you're going to create, a news media bargaining unit, or you're going to create a collecting society, you have to have some level of trust that it's going to be implemented, that collecting society is going to accurately track the use of the material, give that money back to the players. You need to have trust in the government as well, that they're going to distribute any sort of taxation that has been, generated through all of this. And that can be a really hard sell in a lot of countries, especially where there is a lack of kind of democratic infrastructure and checks and balances to make sure that happens. And I mean, similarly, I think that one of the, as I alluded to earlier, one of the big challenges is this kind of lack of data. But there's also this challenge that we might get data and find out that actually, maybe news is only 3% of the platform, which is what Facebook goes around claiming all of the time. But I think that is the wrong way to look at this issue. And I think, to kind of allude to some of the discussion in the chat, is thinking about especially Google and Facebook, these right now, but those may change. Like the primary platforms for journalism is journalism as a public good. And so thinking about the independent news and journalism as a public good can help us rethink how we want to balance that relationship, what factors, and kind of the economic analysis that we're doing to think about whether this is the right sort of intervention or not. I think the fact that the OECD has adopted this 15% minimum tax on major global corporations, to Anya's point, could be helpful in just getting them to pay their fair share of taxes. I think that remains a challenge for a lot of developing countries around the world, is just getting the digital services to pay taxes at all. And so that could go pretty far. But I think basically it's going to be it's going to be very challenging for many developing countries, many countries that are in the majority world, also known as the global south, to implement these sort of policies, because they don't necessarily even have copyright laws in place that would allow this. They don't have the kind of the governance infrastructure needed to implement some of these policies. And so I think that makes global north, especially the US as well as Europe, responsible for having to think outside of their boundaries. I know we don't usually make policies in a specific country looking at other countries, but I think this is a case where the United States in particular, and Europe as the area where you actually see meaningful policy being made to govern tech platforms, we have to think about the news media around the world and the impact that these policies will have on news media, not just in a specific country, but around the world, because it is a global public good. And it is something, when there's an outbreak of a disease, or there is a natural disaster, or elections, or just humanity needs this reporting. It needs the accountability that independent media bring, and so that should be something that we are looking at, I believe, globally.
Thank you so much, Courtney. I'll give Anya the floor for a final intervention. I had a question for you, but we are almost running out of time. But you wanted to make a point earlier, and if you want to add anything to the questions in the chat.
Go ahead, and what was the question? Sorry.
My question was about us looking at this regulatory disparity. We've already talked about Canada's Online News Act. You've mentioned that, but looking at other countries around the world where we might not even have the political will to bring about such policy decisions, do you think there are other solutions that media or policymakers can explore?
Yeah, that's exactly what I would have talked about anyway.
Great.
I thought Michal's point was super interesting. And what I found when I was researching my report, Saving Journalism, was whenever I talked to a journalist from Africa or Latin America and said, hey, what do you think about all these ideas countries are trying, right? Like Indonesia giving tax cuts to journalism, or subsidizing outlets that were writing, solution stories about COVID, and Tunisia giving tax cuts. A lot of the research that came out when we were doing the UNESCO report for Guy, done by the folks from The Economist. So there were all these ideas happening all over the place, including, South Korea was looking at introducing a subscription voucher, which I know a lot of people are interested in. And if anybody knows someone who's done it, please let me know, because there's a bit of a discussion about that right now. Anyway, every time I asked a journalist from Africa or Latin America, they said, oh no, we don't want any of this. We don't want a tax credit. We don't want government advertising. All of this is going to compromise our independence. And I'm like, okay, you're getting money from George Soros. You're getting money from Bill Gates. You're getting money from foreign governments. But you don't even want to be on a list of who might get a tax credit. And the point is, nope, because that just gives the government too much influence. And anyway, we're too small. We're not paying taxes anyway. So I do think there's absolutely policies that can help quality information and journalism, even in countries that are less democratic, but I think they're going to be different policies, right? So to Courtney's, point, who spent years at the Committee to Protect Journalists, one of them is press freedom, do no harm, or, maybe limited interventions. I mean, I was just talking to Franz Kruger in South Africa, who's just done a comparative look at the Argentine, Swedish, I think, and Norwegian journalism funds. And, according to him, the Argentine one sort of had its peaks and troughs, but people made an effort, and it started to work again. And ditto, the Tanzania Media Fund. So I don't want to say that there's no role for anyone to play in the Global South, and we have to leave everybody to just, carve out money where they can. But I absolutely agree that I think the policies will be different. And Guy's point about what can outlets do with audience data, my understanding from the US companies that I talk to is that it's really, really surveillance capitalism at its most, right? Like they're trying to, Disney is trying to get, gets all your data and then tries to sell you stuff and then tracks what you're buying. So I don't know that media outlets' use of data is any more kind of lovable and pure than anybody else's, except that I don't do ad blockers, et cetera, because I don't mind. I want the New York Times to have my data because I know they need money, so I'm willing to give it to them in a way that I don't feel comfortable giving it to, I don't know, Amazon or something like that. But anyway, great discussion, and I'll mute here and
Thank you so much, Anya, and thank you so much to all of our speakers for very important interventions today. Also, thank you for addressing some of the questions that we were receiving in chat. I'll now hand it over to Dan, who's been anxiously and patiently waiting in the conference room. And I'm sure that there are many people there who also want to chip in with their comments to the discussion. So Dan, if you can hear us, please take it away.
Great. Thank you, Wakas, and thank you, Courtney, Anya, and Mihal for some really great and incisive points. And yes, I can tell that people in the room are kind of chomping at the bit here, so we want to continue this conversation. So, if any of our speakers or anyone online wants to jump in at a later point, let's make sure to continue this conversation. I think we've raised already some really interesting points about platform power, about how do we build for startups versus incumbents, about what the policies might look like in different places. And I think, one of the objectives of this DC sustainability is currently, this working group is, currently it often feels like we're going from one location to another. It's like, oh, everyone's focused on Australia, what's going on there. Then it goes to Canada. And I think one of the things that's really beneficial about these types of communities is we can think more globally, think beyond boundaries, as Courtney was mentioning. So we're now going to seg into the part of our session where people here, including members of our Dynamic Coalition, are going to be able to talk about some of the research as it intersects with the issues that our speakers have brought up. We have a couple people lined up, but I know that there are other people here with expertise who may want to intervene as well. So please take that in mind and get in the queue. I'm going to pass it first to Handan Urslu from Turkish Internet Observatory.
Hi, thank you so much, Dan. Firstly, I'll probably give a lot of data that will really conflict with all of the things that speakers said, so apologies for that in the beginning, but I just want to start with one small data. So according to SEMrush.com, New York Times is receiving 184 million clicks in a month, versus the Turkey's biggest newspaper, which receives 311 million. So how come does a newspaper from a country of 80 million people is getting twice as much traffic than New York Times, which is one of the best newspapers in the world and is in English? So what happens? So I'm going to change all of the conversation from the news media versus platforms to the ideological distribution that Google and platforms do when it comes to distributing money, which we think is way more important. So who are we? So we are Turkey's Internet Observatory, so we are ex-Google, ex-big tech workers who were inside of the system, who tried to change the system, but now we're somehow as part of the civil society, right? We identified suicidal songs were promoted in Spotify's algorithms. We identified political operations that took place. We identified that Instagram was micro-targeting posts that promoted hate on the streets. And there's a lot of things that big tech is doing wrong, right? So, however, when you look at the United States, you do have certain mechanisms to hold these companies accountable. So when there was a election interference that took place in 2016, it was all over the news, and Facebook had to take certain actions and brought transparency to political advertising, for example. But when it comes to Turkey, we are always left with Google's decisions and what happens to our citizens and our democracy when these platforms do not care. And they do not quite care, right? So when you look at the trust and safety teams, how many Turkish people were working on that, I'm not allowed to say it, but if you look at the job description, you will see that 0 people were hired in the last 3 years. So these companies are multi-billion-dollar. They have all kind of resources to just hire thousands of people like that, hire the best people, and kind of solve all of these issues. So, this website that I mentioned, it has 300 million clicks in a month. That's what semrush.com data says. There are a lot of websites in Turkey, and these are mostly pro-government. So sometimes there are a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of hate speech. Sometimes it's not even news that really happens. So we see that there are a lot of money going through actually to mainstream websites. The money is actually there. We think it's just going to the wrong people. So we estimate that about $10 million go to pro-government websites based off of Google. So when we look at what can journalists do, right, and what happens, and so we feel like we have to look at the bigger search volume and the ecosystem, right? So how do you think New York Times is making money? Again, according to semrush.com, 20% of New York Times click income comes from the search world, Wordle. It doesn't come from news. Newspapers do not earn money in Google out of news. It's 90% just other keywords. However, there's a ranking algorithm in Google that just promotes news websites. So if you put any type of text, a news website is going to come up, and if you're mainstream, and if you're mostly pro-government, you're going to rank first, and that's what technology does. Technology is never neutral. It is always promoting those in power, and those are the newspapers that were up there for 50 years who has a lot of backlinks. So even if you're as a journalist, even if you trained a journalist to do good SEO, search engine optimization, and keyword change, it's just not going to happen. You have to put a lot of marketing money to get backlinks, to do backlinks, to actually rank in Google. So that's number one thing. And how do newspapers in Turkey get money? So there's a lot of inflation. So millions of people just Google how much is a dollar. That's 30% of that $6 million per month coming from, is how much is a dollar. Should we really train a journalist? Is it really the journalist's problem? Is Google giving money to journalists because they're doing news? Or is this just like a bad ranking mechanism? So if you look at this big issue, you see that search engine optimization and bigger volume gives us a quite different picture. So again, when we come down to policies, right, we always think about what the government can do, but we should really think about the product policy, which is a decision inside Google that kind of decides who gets the money, right? And what we have is a doorway policy in Google. You got it at the search results, at the search spam policies, which is not implemented. Because this policy is quite rigid. They either take you off Google or not, and they just can't take off big websites, and they haven't invested in accountability. So even if you do some doorway spam, it's just going to pass through. It really boils down to these small technical decisions and how many people were hired to reduce spam in Google. So who does Google's News Initiative give funding to? The biggest pro-government website in Turkey. That is where the funding is going to. And then again, when we look at all of these volumes. So again, one of the key things that people search online is pornography. That is the reality. That's a lot of traffic. However, in Turkey, pornography websites are banned. So this means that we don't have Pornhub.com or like any kind of regulated website that will come up. So what we see is a lot of websites optimizing for porn keywords. So when you Google porn, again, mainstream media comes up and Google gives money. They are earning money just because there's a pornography ban in Turkey. So we should really look at how the policies interact, the government policies and the news policies. So this is actually what we have to say. is that firstly, when we think about policies, we should really look at what the product is being doing. The product policy, that's number one. Number two, technology companies are never neutral. Number three, Google is the biggest funder of pro-government websites globally. We should look at how much money is going there. And we are engineers and we are data analysts, so please don't hesitate to contact some SEO specialists or engineers to really understand where the data is coming from, because if we feel like if we can come together as these people, but also a bit more technical expertise, some hack linkers, some black hat SEO people, and get their insight, you'll get quite a different picture. And I was very excited to talk about this because this was a dialogue that we really wanted to bring to this stage, to these people who are really working on it. So thank you so much again, Dan, for this.
Great. Thank you so much for that. And it is always really great to have people with different backgrounds and different expertise, because it's that kind of interdisciplinary work that can help us solve some of these really intractable problems that we're dealing with. I'm now going to pass it to Lema, and also before I do, if anyone else is wanting to say something, just make sure you signal to me so I can make to call you after Lei's intervention. Lema from R&W Media.
Yeah, thank you. You give a really powerful speech and feels pressure a little bit. but I did love your speech. My name is Lema, and you can call me Lei. I originally come from China, but now I'm working as a digital media lead for R&W Media. So when you talk about R&W Media, this name is quite confusing, because what is R&W? R&W is actually the Radio Netherlands Worldwide, which is one of the oldest radio broadcaster, international radio broadcaster in the world. So simply speaking, R&W Media is more like a Dutch version of BBC. But I think the history of R&W Media is 75 years is really a best case study is how a traditional media can survive in the digital age. And right now, R&W Media has been transforming from a traditional radio broadcaster into a digital media organization. And then we are working with global change makers to working on with young people for social change. And we accelerate the impact of global change makers by co-creating youth-centered digital media solutions based on the data insight and also mutual learning experience. So basically, R&W Media, we work on both media development and also media for development. And our experience, basically, I want to share 2 points regarding to sustainability. The first one is the network building is quite essential for the sustainability of the media organization. I want to share some my personal story, because I have been working for R&W Media for 10 years. But I went through the reorganization of R&W Media for 3 times. And the Radio Netherlands Worldwide has 400 employees when I got the job. But later on, because of the funding, because our biggest funder is the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because of shrinking of the funding, the R&W Media from 400 people become more like 100 people. And after the second reorganization from 100 people to 50 people, so you can say it's a really painful process because we have to let people go. And one recent reorganization is before the reorganization, we set up around 10, 12 digital community, digital platforms in different languages, in different countries, focus on different social topics. But because of the shrinking of the government funding again, we have to let all these different platforms or different entities from different countries, that we have to let them go, because they have to stand on their own feet. So which means our partners in India, in Burundi, in China, in whatever countries, they have to register their own entity as a media organization, or maybe as an independent media organization, or maybe as an NGO, and they have to standing on their own feet. I have to say it was a really painful process, because in such short period of time, just 1 year, and they have to be find a financial balance, and they tried different possibilities. I see some of our partners, they try, for example, like e-commerce, like they also try the e-learning to make some money, of course, the advertisement, for example. They also provide a different type of media service for different clients to make money. But eventually, the diversify of the source of income is quite important. And based on our experience, why? Because right now, because RNW Media, we set up a global flagship of a global network of around 18 members from many countries, from India to Jordan, from Lebanon to our beautiful Ethiopia. So we have 18 members, and their registration, some of them are more like an independent media organization, some of them are more like registered as NGO, but they do use the digital media for social change. I think the global network is really a place we can share our experience on sustainability, and we share our skills and also experience, and also we fundraising together. I think the good thing is about the network building is why it is essential for the sustainability, because it can really facilitate the joint effort between the south to south and also the north to south for sustainability. I think this is quite important. My second point is the social media accountability is quite essential for the sustainability. And regarding the big techs, I think a lot of experts and speakers already mentioned on this one. I just want to share one thing we haven't done in the past half year is we decided to focus on the meta advertising policy. Why? Because some of our network members, they are more like a single topic news media organization. They are focused on, for example, the producing content on sex, reproductive health, and sexual rights issues. They are not a news media organization, but they are still media organization focused on single topic. But the thing is, Meta, because our partners, they have the Meta Facebook account and the Instagram account, they do need to promote their content through the Facebook ads. But the thing is that Meta advertising policy is not really friendly to this kind of sex education content creators and also journalists, because they see this kind of content as pornographic information, and this is quite experience. So basically, from half years ago, we together with the International Center for Intimate Justice from United States, and we organized a big campaign, and we also did a lot of research, and we found out that in 5 years' time there are almost 2,000 advertisements from five members of our global network are rejected by the Facebook because of this reason. And we conduct a big campaign, and we also conduct big campaign in the United States. And finally, our campaign message was reposted by the Hillary Clinton and created certain pressure for the Meta. That's why around 2 months ago, Meta decided to update their advertising policy, which is a big victory for us. But of course, there's still a lot of work to do. And we also, for example, working in other countries like in Palestine, we also capture and collect digital rights violation, and we also pass on this kind of a digital rights violation case, individual case, to the regional office of Meta, Twitter, and TikTok, and then we enable them to make some positive change. I think this is quite important for sustainability because our global partners, they do need this kind of advertising space to grow, to reach to more audience. I think this is quite important. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Lei. I was wondering if anyone else has something to add. Just raise your hand either online or here in the room. But I just wanted to pick up on one point that Lei mentioned about the power of networking, and I think that's really important. And I think that when we are able to connect what the experiences of people in different places, we make stronger arguments and can have more data, which is another issue that we've discussed, and the lack of data. And I think also, I just want to tip of the hat to Michal and her organization Sembra Media, who did really great work looking at digital media sustainability in South America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Southeast Asia and Inflection Point 3.0, because I think those types of learnings across region can help inform this broader conversation. So I'm going to go to this gentleman here, and then back to Handan. So please make sure to introduce yourself before you comment. There you go.
It's working?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Wild. I'm with Internews, and I know we work with probably a number of organizations in this meeting, and it's just really amazing to hear the discussion and so many good ideas. Just a couple of reactions to the earlier panel discussion on policy, and I think the Australia and the Canada and the platform discussions are really interesting. You know, but it made me think that in terms of media, in terms of policy or regulatory work that we're supporting in many of the countries where we work, it's really focused on issues like freedom of information laws, access to information, journalism protection. We're not even close to starting, you know, support, or there's no doesn't seem like a lot of demand for policy or regulatory work of the nature that was discussed earlier. That's not to say it's not needed. My sense is that it's just a lot of these places, it's very early stage in terms of the media sustainability aspect of policy. The other thing is in many of the countries that we work, there are state-supported media outlets, of course, and there are other outlets that have been captured by other interests. And so we find ourselves working with usually a smaller cadre of truly independent, oftentimes digital media outlets. And what I can say is that there's tremendous demand for skills on media business sustainability, in the sense that, you know, trying to understand audiences, connect with audiences, develop feedback loops, and then monetize that relationship. And it's data that they're looking for, but it's very basic data. It's the kind of data I think that's like, you know, surveillance data. It's kind of a different, but it's just it's probably just a matter of the maturity of the market. Anyway, I just wanted to comment that. I mean, this is all tremendous feedback and interesting comments. So thank you.
Great, thanks so much for that. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I mean, one of my reactions would be, I think that's one of the things that we're trying to do here is also think about in these places, thinking about, you know, the issue of like, how do we make sure that we're not just preparing for startups, but for incumbents? And so how do we create ecosystems so that in places they don't just have to deal with whatever's built for them, but that we build something for them? So that's one of the reasons I think this coalition in particular is trying to be really diverse, so that we can make sure that we take those voices into account.
Are we part of the coalition?
You can be.
I don't think we are.
I don't think you are, but you can be, and we'd love to have you. We're big fans of Internews. I'm going to pass it to Handan. And could you introduce yourself? There were some people online who wanted to learn a little bit more about you.
About me?
Yeah, just your name and your organization.
So yes, I'm Handan. I come from Turkey's Internet Observatory. So we are ex-Big Tech and ex-Google workers, and we conduct work on holding technology companies accountable. We also have an algorithmic empowerment program for journalists, actually, that kind of helps them navigate the algorithms. And I just wanted to just compliment what you said, is that we also saw the exact same thing that happened with sexual health educators and journalists. There was an Instagram account called Mental Clitoris, which means mental clitoris, literally, which was the leading sexual education platform done by a really good journalist in Turkey, and it got banned twice. And this happened after OnlyFans became famous, and then Facebook developed a prostitution solicitation policy. It again, we feel like boils down to product policy and what's happening inside, and afterwards all of these information about how to protect, about things about abortion and just basic sexual health issues were banned, even though we saw Pornhub.com's website being alive for such a long time. So I just wanted to compliment that we also saw, and we suffer from this, so would love to connect later. Thank you.
Dan, we have an online intervention.
Great, let's go with the online intervention, and then we have one more intervention here.
Great, Courtney, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, so am I unmuted? Okay. Yes, so I just wanted to intervene because I think that you pointed out a couple of really important points, which is the policies of the tech platforms have an outsized influence on the sustainability of news media around the world. And so to the extent that some of our interventions in countries that have the power to kind of force compliance by tech platforms, I think that's really important for us to think about. The issue of, you know, news media being able to, for how we're defining news media, I think in a lot of these legal frameworks is pretty narrow. A lot of times it's not including community media. It doesn't include specialized media. This has the potential to disenfranchise a lot of small, alternative, feminist, kind of anti-colonial type media. And I think we have to be really careful and aware of that. That's, I think, a big challenge of a lot of these frameworks. And, you know, especially when we're thinking about some of the audiences, the marginalized communities that most need access to independent information, it is often those communities that aren't better covered by kind of broader, bigger news outlets. So I think we need to consider that. And to the point about internal company policies having, you know, this outsized influence, this is the type of thing that we should be thinking about in some of these transparency mandates. And I think there hasn't been quite enough discussion in terms of thinking about if we're going to mandate transparency from the platforms, which the Digital Services Act does to some extent. It's really focused on content moderation, which is important but insufficient. We need greater transparency and data access into, again, the link between revenue and traffic, and into a lot of other things. And then just the last point around content moderation, that's another area where the policies that are being developed by platforms as well as by, you know, again, US and Europe, probably the UK, some of these other countries that have the power to compel tech platforms to comply, we have to look at how our laws are being weaponized to silence independent media. And I have another report coming out shortly for the Center for International Governance Innovation that it looks at how US and European copyright laws and privacy laws are being weaponized by government actors as well as just moderation mercenaries to make a buck, to target independent outlets, to silence them with erroneous and false copyright claims. And because these are automated notices and takedowns, and especially a lot of the policies, the way that they're implemented by platforms end up being very poor in low digital resource languages. You know, Arabic is notorious in that respect, and that has an influence on news media's ability to cover things like major political groups in the Middle East. You know, just talking recently to a Tunisian journalist who was saying that every time they try to write about Hamas, which is a, you know, significant political actor in the region, their posts get censored on Facebook because of some of the AI. I won't go into the details, but I think we need to also be cognizant and intentional about that aspect of things as well.
Great, thank you, Courtney. I think that's a reminder too about, so often when we're talking about media sustainability, we're talking about advertising revenue and how to, you know, make that channel, but there are these other components of internet governance, content moderation, algorithmic transparency that actually influence whether news media online are able to survive, able to reach their audience. We have another intervention from here in the audience. Just please be sure to introduce yourself.
Introduce myself indeed. Courtney, it's good to see you here again, and Dan, thank you for sending me a text earlier to come here. I want to be crystal clear that I'm speaking in my personal capacity. I am not speaking on behalf of my organization. I am speaking on behalf of my individual self, and I actually write product policy for Facebook News. I would love to just hear your follow-up and get your contact. I am not promising to do anything or not to do anything, but I do think it's important to have lines of communication so that we can identify opportunities to both collaborate, to understand the issues as you articulate them, and to try to address and create remedies. Again, I'm here as an academic to talk about research that I do on connecting people across the continent, and Dan just happened to message me. So I've heard a number of comments here that I have thoughts on, but I'll save those when I put on my meta hat. And so I would love to just follow up with folks I'm truly here in my individual capacity because I don't even have any business cards. I'm literally here as Yusuf. But I would love to follow up with folks. I think there are a number of issues that have been raised, some of which I think warrant some clarification and some nuance about how we think about some of these issues. There were some comments I think that I thought were important, but may also present some misnomers about whether an entity is registered in a news page index and what registration in the NPI means and how we identify publishers based on the introduction to NPI. So some of the issues that were raised are partly because the entity is not in the NPI. And so I just want to provide a little flavor of context and not provide flavor of context, but also just to say that I'm happy to truly open up lines of communication. With that, I yield the time.
Great, thank you, Youssef, and thank you for coming too, because I think it is really important for the Internet Governance Forum in its multi-stakeholder. We need to have these types of conversations across private sector, across the government, across civil society. Oftentimes we're siloed, and that's one of the beauties of these conversations. So we've got some more hands up over here. I'm going to go to Abel. Please introduce yourself, and then Usama.
Very fascinating conversation. So to add some perspective from Global South, I'm Abel Abella. I am managing editor of Addis Zebe, one of the emerging media outlets in Ethiopia. So basically, our platform is online, so we are well aware of this conversation. So I think the Australia approach has lots of collateral damage on big tech companies' policies. So basically, because our media industry was not big enough to be independent, so we are mostly rely on social media platforms. So we can't take our audience to our platform. We have to, we'll get our audience through social media. It's almost 100%, I can say. Even our revenues. For example, in Ethiopia case, the most feasible way of generating revenue is related to YouTube monetization. So if we push those organizations to a defensive position without, as a media ecosystem, without doing something to counter back, is really damaging. For example, I have a conversation with Meta people in East Africa. So basically, they are not much responsive for people from the media. Actually, they are not responsive for everything, including removing hateful content. But when it comes to engaging with media, they have very less appetite to engage us. So I don't know when I have been on Meta for almost for more than a decade. So I can see that content from media outlets who publish relevant content are much affected by the algorithm of Meta. So I think the media people who are in the media, including CSO, we have to do something other than approaching those organizations as it has been done in Australia and Canada. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Abel. I think that's a really interesting point. I mean, the context and how people are using, disseminating social media varies a great deal, and we need to think about our policies and our positions based on that. Thank you. Usama, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Usama Khilji. I'm director of Bolo Bhi based in Pakistan. So I just wanted to build on what Courtney was mentioning about news platforms, especially smaller ones. And I want to share an anecdote. So we know that Taliban was under the sanctions list of the United States, because of which Meta put them on, they would take down content related to Taliban. So come August or July 2021, and Taliban sort of take power and control. So a Pakistani news outlet, a small news outlet that's quite progressive in the Urdu language, started reporting on Taliban, and their page was blocked off Facebook. But at the same time, on New York Times, Sirajuddin Haqqani, who is a leader of the Taliban, wrote an op-ed, and that was shared on Meta, but that was in English, so of course the New York Times page wasn't taken down. But it just speaks to how there are multiple layers to not only where you're located and the size of your new startup, but also the language that you're publishing in. And I think it speaks to the inconsistency in content moderation when it comes to languages that are not English. And that then impacts the ability of people to access information, and especially independent media outlets like the one that was taken down. And then we had to escalate that, and then it took, I think, a month for their page to come back.
Great, thank you for sharing that. I want to pass to Laura Becana from the Global Forum for Media Development. And I also want to mention that the Global Forum for Media Development is the secretariat for this dynamic coalition. one of the issues that, in particular that Courtney raised is the lack of data, and that we want to build networks that can build data so that we have a better understanding of these types of things so that we can take anecdotes up to a higher level and see what's happening systematically. And Lara's going to talk a little bit about an initiative that this Dynamic Coalition is going to be doing about trying to get more data from our network. Laura?
Thank you, Dan, and nice to be here today. And yes, actually, and I've been hearing also the issues with content moderation are it's some of the things that we want to address, and not only content, also account moderation. And it is true that when we look at this, platforms really lack these affirmative measures, I want to say, of online recognition of credible actors and accounts, and especially those that are providing public interest information, be it news organizations, journalists, but also human rights advocates, not trying to define, as we were saying, it's difficult to define what is a credible media. So, but these professionals, these content creators who are really providing public interest information. So we agree, as I've been hearing, that this current moderation system is taking a toll on the sustainability of news organizations, especially, as we just say, like non-English, small and medium-sized media outlets, and so basically also those in the global south, because these organizations really, or these content creators really rely on the social platforms to distribute the information, and they often also to monetize this content. So it is true also when these content on these accounts are taken down, these media organizations do not have the sufficient capacity or resources to address these unjustified content moderation decisions. And at the same time, and again, I don't want to go and to get stuck in the debate, what is a credible organization? We need this transparency, so we need to be asking transparency for platforms to identify if the takedown was legitimate or not, or how many times these platforms have been imposing this restriction or suspension on news content creators. And this, and I'm just gonna come back to Europe now, sorry for that. It's true that, for example, we see on the Media Freedom Act, which is a regulation that has proposed the European Commission, they have a section on the digital media, media in the digital environment, and they have proposed this Article 17.5, which actually asks, in line with the DSA requirements, it actually asks platforms to disclose this information. And that's a basic thing that we need. And it's true that, and what I wanted also to ask and request you here, we know many, or some, not many, monitoring organizations or mechanisms that are documenting these adverse actions against trustworthy or public interest content. So, for example, we know that the Palestinian Observatory of Digital Rights Violation is also documenting the silencing of Palestinian content on social media. Also, we have the digital monitoring database of Bern and Share Foundation. They're not specifically only, they have also, they are wide resource centers, let's say, so they collect a lot of cases, but they include some of the cases that we want to kind of start collecting information. We also have in Europe, the Mapping Media Freedom initiative by the European Center of Press and Media Freedom, which is collecting all the cases related to journalism and among others, documenting the online threats that journalists receive. And we also, of course, we have Mnemonic, who is also gathering a lot of digital content that exposes human rights violation, and it also, if I'm not wrong, it offers support reinstating this content and this information online. So we think that first having the information, so collecting the data that on these cases, on what happened, it's important, and it's also, and it's going to be also helpful for us to identify trustworthy communities of ethical, credible, and professional news organizations that like not only digital native media outlets, but also perhaps civil society organizations who are reporting on cases, and so human rights advocates and so on. So we want to hear also like from you if you have like any like regional or organizations who are collecting these cases. If you yes, well, basically if you know any other organizations that are working regionally, because we as we were saying, it is a problem that it is most usual in non-English speaking regions. So sometimes it's difficult to access local. Sorry, that yes.
No, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Laura. Yeah, so one of the activities that our Dynamic Coalition is going to be doing over the next year is exactly what Laura has just been talking about in terms of trying to capture this data around how content moderation around public interest news is being caught up in these processes and how that is affecting news organizations and also the sustainability of those organizations. So if you're interested in the chat, connect with Laura or leave your email, or if you're in the room here, connect with me. And I also want to mention that we're still pulling together our Dynamic Coalition's annual report. So if your organization has done research or reporting on these topics that we've been discussing today, you do the same thing. Talk to me or connect with Laura online. We can include that in our Dynamic Coalition's annual report. We have one more comment, intervention from the floor, and then I think that it would be really great if we could get just some closing remarks from our speakers, Courtney, Anya, and Michal. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I know we've had a really interesting discussion here, and I'd just love to hear just some very brief final comments from you before we close. So I'm going to pass it to the person here in the room first, our intervention. Please introduce yourself.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, everyone. It's been a really interesting discussion. My name's Zoe Hawkins. I'm former Australian Government and Amazon Public Policy, but currently at the Oxford Internet Institute. I think there were some really interesting comments made, both in terms of how, as an example, Meta's content policy around pornography and the broad sort of swathe of content that that's capturing, and then other comments made about how a potential advocacy point might be governments across the EU, for example, with the DSA around making sure that platforms are held to account on transparency. I think there's just another comment I want to add into the middle of that, which is there's a bit of a feedback loop, I think, sometimes between what governments are putting in those online safety regulations and then what positions companies like Meta might be taking on their policies. And I do think that I would hypothesize that part of the reason that bar is so low sometimes for Meta is actually in a defensive response to the quite aggressive regulation that's coming at them from online safety from some of those governments. So to the extent that people are concerned about, news organizations or certain social initiatives, particularly around sexual health, are concerned about being blocked or having their pages removed, another advocacy point I think would actually be the governments that are putting immense pressure on some of those companies to, in particular, use the Australian example. We're having industry codes developed where the expectation from the e-safety commissioner is that, there'd be no material that is sort of not child suitable in certain circumstances, and I think all those kinds of conversations are possibly leading to where the overcorrection and the over-censorship might be coming from. So just another point of advocacy for those that are interested. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that observation, that perspective from a government perspective. Now, Anya, I'm wondering if you would be able to give us your closing remarks. We go Anya, Michal, and Courtney, just very briefly, as we only have about 10 more minutes, and I'm told here by our staff in Ethiopia, the IGF staff, that we do need to wrap up soon.
Great, thank you. I think the discussion is absolutely fascinating, and it just shows again how difficult policy design is and how many sort of exceptions there are to the rules and how different countries are and different situations are. So I think that it's pretty clear that we're going to find a lot of different answers and questions as we proceed. I think it's interesting we haven't really talked about Twitter, because in the US, that's something everybody's talking about right now. The fact that they've let go their content moderators, that there's many people have told me in the last couple of weeks, there's really no one to call anymore about, illegal or hate speech or violence threats that are appearing. I think what we're going to probably see is even more fragmentation around the world. And I think that in terms of regulation, I think the EU is going to continue to play a leading role. And that raises all the points that Courtney loves to talk about and remind us of, which is that these laws are being designed in Europe without necessarily any consideration for how they're going to affect the rest of the world. So I think that it's really important we have these conversations, and there's going to be a lot more work for us all to do. I'm really happy that you're looking more into data. I have to believe that a lot of that data exists, and it's just a question of trying to get big companies to release it. I think the analytics are very developed in many parts of the world, and maybe some of the transparency requirements for the big platforms will actually help us get some of that data that we would love to see out of Meta and Google, among other places. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Anya. And I just wanted to put it on the record that there was a big, round of laughter when you mentioned Twitter, the elephant in the room here. So I'm going to pass it now to Michal for your just final comments.
So I agree about the Twitter comments. I see this conversation progress focusing on Meta's and Google policies and really leaving Twitter and other platforms behind. And I think it's our responsibility to bring the conversation to all the relevant platforms for the users. And I just wanted to bring to the conversation as a final remark that even though I absolutely agree, this is a fascinating conversation and there's a lot to do, and it's really hard to do something with a global perspective, but I really value all the insights we got from this conversation. For me, it's important to maybe highlight that the internet is a fast, ever-changing ecosystem. Is for the media to have a strong strategy and a strong mission. The center, make that as the center of the livelihood of the media, to be able to carry that strategy from one platform to the other. Impact is more meaningful than reach. Reach can be momentary. Impact is everlasting. Working around your community needs and challenges is and will always be the most effective development plan for media, and it's really important that we discuss these policies, but it's also important to keep talking about the social impact of this media to avoid being metric-centric and reach-centric, and to start thinking about like the social role of our public interest content, etc. So thank you very much. This is fascinating, and I feel honored to be a part of this conversation.
Great, thank you, Michal. I mean, I think that's a really important point is, given that we were talking about the power of platforms and what we really, at some point, we want to also empower news institutions and make sure that they're strong so that they can be more resilient in these changing times. So thank you. And now, Courtney, for your final comments.
Great, thank you so much. I couldn't agree with Anya and Michal more, but let me just add a couple of thoughts. I do think there is something fundamentally different about Google, Meta, and Facebook and the role that Facebook, Meta, and Google and the role that they play in the news ecosystem today. There is a fundamental difference between Twitter, which is very important because a lot of influencers are there, but they don't own the infrastructure that are embedded into the news organizations and which most news organizations depend on to get their news out. So I think we do want to be thoughtful about that, but we should expand what we're talking about in platforms, because we didn't talk about, for example, payment processing platforms. And that turns out in some of the research I'm doing now, talking to journalists around the world, if you're working in many countries, it's really hard to access those financial platforms. So, we should talk about platforms more broadly, but also be specific in what we're talking about and how that links to news media sustainability and the internet governance challenges that brings up. I think I just want to end this conversation by saying how delighted I am that this conversation has really advanced in a way in this dynamic coalition, because I think when we started it, it was a little bit of a heavy lift to convince people why a dynamic coalition on journalism and news media sustainability belonged at the Internet Governance Forum, and trying to explain, these concept papers about why internet governance fundamentally shapes the sustainability of news. And I think that, between the pandemic, the election issues, I won't list them all here, but we've all realized that the way we govern these platforms and the internet more broadly has a fundamental impact on news and journalism, which is a public good and which is fundamental to democratic governance and to accountable governance. And so it's really helpful to hear this discussion here. I hope that we will see more companies and governments engaging in this dynamic coalition, because one of the big challenges, which we've all alluded to here, is that you have this proliferation of legislation coming up. I think, as the speaker earlier said, that the e-safety bills, all these online safety bills, this tension between safety for children, and countering violent extremism, all of this really can be in tension with the ability of news organizations to exist and sustain online. And so, my core point, as Anya alluded to, is policymakers you need to think about the secondhand impacts on news media, because you might be developing something that doesn't seem to have any implications for news, but if it's dealing with content online, it's going to have an impact. And so we need to be proactive in considering what those are, mitigating against them, and ensuring the sustainability of news media in the country you live in, but also around the world. So thanks so much, Dan, and everyone in the room and my fellow panel.
Great. Thank you, Courtney. And I want to thank our other panelists, Anya and Mihal, for a great panel session. Thank you to Wakas and Laura for also participating virtually online, and all our participants online and in the room. We also need to give a round of applause for our technical assistants here in Ethiopia who made this all possible. We couldn't have done such an excellent hybrid panel without them. And I also want to thank the people who are doing the closed captioning for our event, which is really important when we talk about, thinking about issues of inclusion in news and access. So really, thank you for the work that you do. And one more plug for the people who are here. I've been told by the organizers that there's a reception from 6 to 9 in the UN Conference Center, and everyone is encouraged to come. With that, this Dynamic Coalition working session is now adjourned. Thank you.
Where's our reception, Dan?
Zoom breakout room, maybe?
Everyone. Yeah, we need that. Take care, everyone. Have a great rest of the IGF. Thank you so much.
Bye. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everyone online. Thank you so much.